Looks like there are others out there in need. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. How we doing, guys? Welcome on in. Happy Wednesday. Even though I clearly didn't know my days yesterday. Maybe we know them today. Maybe. We'll see how long we know them for. You guys know the drill. Our brain might be here. Maybe for a little bit. We might have half a brain cell today.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
Who knows? Welcome in. Ghosty, congrats on the first. Congrats on the first. Oh, I need to fix the first currency thing. You know, we'll fix it eventually. Welcome in. Scully, congrats on the 69. You have 22 kinky coins. Look at you. Look at you collecting them kinky coins. Let's go. Let's go. Pause, congrats on that knot first. Welcome in. Welcome in. How we doing? How we doing? My goodness. My goodness. How is everybody today? How is everybody? Guys, I hope you're excited. I hope you've marked your calendars. Tomorrow we have an exciting stream. I gotta show you guys. Ghosty actually finished. We're gonna have a watch time badge to give tomorrow. There's also gonna be, because I have to do a sub badge, there's gonna be a sub badge. The sub badge is not gonna be super different from the watch time badge, so there's not gonna be like, you don't have to do the sub badge unless you just are somebody who wants to collect them all. Okay, you don't have to. But I have to do both, so that's why there's both. But I'm gonna show you guys what you're gonna be able to get tomorrow for you know, coming to the stream and watching the stream. I just have to decide how long I want to do for the watch time, because it's gonna be a long stream tomorrow. So but I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. How's it going, guys? Scully, welcome in. What's everybody getting on their cafe menu order today? What's everybody ordering? You guys gotta tell me. Anna, welcome in. How are you today? Amy, welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm doing all right, Scully. Doing all right. I'm a little like low energy today. I don't know if I'm just like tired or like, I don't know. I just feel, I feel just low energy, but you know what? I'm excited to be here. I'm excited for games today. I'm just excited. Like, even though my energy's low, I'm excited. I don't know if that makes sense.
Resubscribed for 27
I hope it makes
months
sense.
at tier 1.
Fancy Husky, thank you so much for the tier 1 for 27 months. How are you? I hope you're doing amazing today. It's always so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Friendo. Pause. I'm doing all right. How are you? Hi, Sylvan. How are you, beautiful? Look at Anna with a 30 streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Anna running through this chat. Hi, Life Mile. How are you today? It's good to see you. My brain's in weekend mode already. You know what? That's so valid.
Duncan 7,963 just resubscribed for 2 months at
Duncan,
tier
thank
2.
you so much
Good
for the
evening.
tier 2 for 2 heckin' months. 2 heckin' months. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Good evening to you as well. I hope you're doing amazing today. Thank you for growing the pee-pee big. The big pee-pee. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing really well today, friendo. I hope you're doing really well today. Also, thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, so lurk, chat, whatever you're comfy with. Also, I, you know, even though they are anonymous, and if you'd like to stay anonymous, you're welcome to. I want to say I love your username. Jojo, how are you today, love? It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you, Jojo. Hope you're doing well. Vodka and I are doing all right. We're doing all right. Vodka, I think is a little sad because the ankle biter has returned.
Welcome back.
So she's no longer the only dog in the house. The cats are also back, which I don't think she minds as much because, like, I think she gets along better with the cats. But the little ankle biter has returned, so, you know, he's okay though. He's okay. Hi, Missy. How are you today? It's good to see you. Oh, Anna's having some boba. Some boba. Listen, I love boba.
Fancy_Husky30 just resubscribed for 27 months at tier 2.
Thank you again for the 27 months, Fancy Husky.
Looks like there
Thank
are
you
others
again.
out
Did it
there in
prompt
need.
you twice? Twitch is so crazy. Thank you again, Fancy Husky. Oh wait, no, you upgraded. Fancy Husky, excuse? Fancy Husky, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. Thank you for the big pee-pee. I appreciate you didn't have to do that, Fancy Husky. Excuse? You're too sweet. You're too sweet. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, friendo. I hope you enjoy the extra emotes that you get and things like that. Also, if you ever decide to like check out the merch and all those things, you do get an extra like discount. And your name is also at the end of like any of the YouTube videos that come out too.
I've got some
So
jobs ready for you.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can I get some Oni muffins? Absolutely. Absolutely. You'd like a glory hole milkshake? We've got the cafe on it for you, Dakota. Cafe's on it. Hi, Zach. We are so back. How are you today? How are you today, Zach? Hi, Anna. Hi, Anna. Hi, Jeffrey. How are you,
Looks like there are others
beautiful?
out there in need.
How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Doing better today? I'm so glad to hear that, Pause. I'm so glad to hear that. How are you and the pup doing? We're doing
Welcome
well.
back.
We're doing well. She's doing well today. Jeffrey's definitely hot passing on. I agree. I am, Duncan. You know, life's been trying to life on me lately, but you know, we're fighting. We're saying no siree. No siree. So no, you hush, Jeffrey. You hot.
I can do it. No, I just want to talk to the demon.
Doing the do. Exactly, Life Mile. I can and will out Pizza the Hut. Oh shit. Listen. I'm here for out pizzaing the Hut. What's the plan? Sign me up. Mr. Cribble, welcome in. How are you today? W name, W first message. Right, Jeffrey? You guys better close your eyes. There's a Naked Mo Brass in the chat. A Naked Mo Brass. Let's go. Hillary with a 45 stream streak. Close your eyes. There's a Naked Hillary in the chat. Hey, yo.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
Naked Hillary. Had to bathe my husky because he got into stuff and I got home from work. Oh no. Missy, how did that go? Is your husky
Welcome back.
okay with baths, first of all? And second of all, how much fur was everywhere? Because I just know that was a mess. I just know it. I just know it. Want some vodka snacks, Mihi? You got it. Vodka. Vodka. Come get some snackies. Mihi wants to see you. Yeah, Mihi wants to see you. You gotta go to your place. It's not over here. Look at that pretty girl. Leah wants to F around and find out what number 7. You got it. You got it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my god. Come here. Alright. You guys know the drill. Leah's the only one here who gets timed out with the High Priestess. And that's because he made me these cards. So Leigh gets to go to heaven for the next 69 seconds. Enjoy heaven, Leigh. Enjoy heaven. Can we get some -7s for Leigh, please? -7 for Leigh. Not 07. -7. -7 for Leigh. -7 up in heaven. You know what I mean? Low-key tempted to make like a treat inspired by some of the cafe orders. Missy, if you do, please send me photos. Because I would love that. In fact, like, if you want, Missy, I'm happy to, because I've got everything written down, I'm happy to send you, like, a list of, like, what the cafe menu stuff is. And I even have some stuff that's not in the menu as far as, like, orders that come through when you check in, but I have like a little book of special menu items for people as well, from like charity stuff that we've done, and I can send you that as well if you're interested. If you're interested, I think that would be fun. And if you ever decide to actually make any of them or like base a real recipe off of it, I think it'd be really fun. Yokai oni and cheese? Sure. I don't know what that is, but we'll work on that for you. Why not? Why not? Is MediaCom being a bitch again, or is it just me? Uh-oh. I hope it's not MediaCom. Because my stuff, hold on. I mean, my pages that I have open are fine, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Unless it's just my upload speeds. Let me look, hold on. Let me do a speed test really quick. Asmodai, how are you today? Welcome in. It might be a Twitch issue. What is this? Let me do a speed test really quick, because it might just be a Twitch issue. Honestly. My download is crazy. It's at like 500 and something. Yeah, it's a Twitch issue. It's a Twitch issue. Because my upload... Let it finish. Okay, if I tell you these numbers, you guys are gonna... This is kind of crazy. Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for these repeating numbers? Are you ready for these repeating numbers? I don't know what this means. If anybody's into numerology, maybe wants to look up these repeating numbers for me. This is a little crazy. A little crazy. The lag's not me. It's not coming from me, Jojo. It's not me. My stuff is fine. Are you guys ready for this? A list, please. Missy, you're in my Discord, right? Can you tag me in there and that will remind me to do so. My download speed, once it leveled out and finished, 499.49. My upload speed, 46.66. Those be some repeating numbers. Those be some repeating numbers. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hi, Nepo. I love you. Guys, go follow my Nepo if you haven't. Mac and cheese, except the macaroni is ghost shaped. Wait, that's so cute. I love that. Leigh with a 3-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Lee in the chat. I was first. Uh-oh. You guys can rock, paper, scissors. You get the message. Oh my god, Jojo. Leigh wants to F around and find out number 7 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got the devil this time. A little ghost event for you. A little red light event. Goober. Goober. Goobers be goober, and that's what I like to say. That's what I like to say. What was the numbers? 499.49 and what was it? 46.66, I think. Yeah, I mean, it could be Twitch or it could be Mediacom doing bottleneck stuff, Jojo. I don't know. I don't know. Just because it's not happening to everyone doesn't mean it's not Twitch. It could be server stuff, and it could be the server that I'm connecting to for Twitch. You know what I mean? Not everybody's connecting to the same server that I'm connecting to. Because they're not in the same area that I'm in, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. It could be whatever server that I'm specifically connecting to. So, thank you so much for the Prime. That loud ass soul. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I know you only get one of those, so thank you for using it on me. Thank you for using it on me. I appreciate you so much. Will you be doing tarot again in the future? Yeah, at some point. At some point. I will definitely be doing it again in the future. You don't want me to read your tarot right now, though. If somebody is in negative energy, Hillary, you never want them to read tarot for you. I will tell you that right now. And I have been majorly depressed lately. Like it's been bad. It's been very bad. You don't want me to read your tarot. You don't want me to read your tarot. But also I need to reorganize all of my tarot cards. So, yeah, you don't want me to touch tarot cards for you right now, though. It would not be good. So, I have double the download speed as you, but you have quadruple my upload. Really? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. Our speeds are weird. They're definitely weird. And I know that, like I said, Mediacom has admitted that they bottleneck my speeds. So, they hate me, in other words. But what can you do? Thank you so much, Honest. I appreciate you. Thank you for the hugs, Hillary. Thank you. My download is around 49 to 50. My upload is around 9, which is faster than I've ever had, but it sometimes drops below 1 download and 4 to 5. That's crazy. How do you do anything with speeds like that?
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I had a friend in high school who did tarot, and she read my tarot once, and it confused the hell out of her because everything was out of order, and a lot of the cards were reversed. I mean, was she in a bad headspace, or did it end up like just being an off reading for you? Thank you guys for the hugs. I appreciate it. Does make sense that it could be the Twitch server you connect to. I don't trust Twitch or Mediacom. Yeah. And I know that sometimes they have server issues too. So I don't know. I don't know. 4949 is trusting the process and have faith in your journey. Damn. That hits home. That hits home. I literally said to my therapist today, that's what I was doing. That's funny. That's funny. Downloads 950. My upload is 120. How do you... Wait. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say, how do you stream with that? But never mind.
Surprise, bitch. I bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
Scary
Never mind.
night, isn't it?
Live on an island, so I'm just happy for what I get. That's valid. She was calm and so was I. To be honest, all I remember is that she said I'd be facing a lot of hardships, especially later on. Did she turn out to be right? I think I'd rather live on an island. I don't know. Don't feel good, so going to lurk. I hope you feel better, Urk. I love you. Sammy. Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Oh, God. So sorry. My brain is seriously not braining. Seriously not braining. My speed drops every start the router and hope it works, but it does happen very rarely when you stream, so I switch to my phone's mobile data and use it as a hotspot. I mean, as long as your phone has plenty of mobile data, that works. Grim, welcome in, by the way.
Cass_dreams just resubscribed
Yes,
for 36
I love
months
you.
at tier 2.
Thank you for
You
the
look
tier
even
2 for
lovelier than usual.
36 months. You stop that. You can't come in here and say things like that to me. Guys, if you're not following my mama Cass, by the way, please change that immediately. She's one of the most amazing people that I know. I would do anything for her, and if you don't know her, you're missing out on not only an amazing time in her stream, but just an amazing human in general. So please go get to know her. Go get to know her. That seems like... Oh, Leigh's speeds are insane. Insane. I would love to have Leigh's upload speeds, though, especially. Especially. According to another website, 4666 is about stronger bonds and harmony, so similar to the other version I sent. I love that. Chapo's decided to lay on me. If I die, please know I love you. Is he suffocating you? Which turned out to be right. Oh, no. Well, I hope things have at least gotten better since then. How you doing today, Sammy? I hope things are going well for you. I hope things are going well for you. Welcome in. I'll only tell you true stuff. You know this. Listen, I love you, Cass. I love you so much. I hope you're doing well today. I hope your day is treating you kindly. Ghosty with a 170 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked ghosty in this chat. A naked ghosty. You're gonna make me cry? Listen, I only tell you the truth too. So how about that? How about that? I want to be messy. Let's take down the patriarchy or some shit. I'm so down. I'm so down, Nepo. Sign me up. Where is there like a sign up sheet for this? Or like, how does this work? How's this work? I miss her. She was the only real friend I had in my high school years. You aren't in contact with her anymore? Pause. You're wonderful. How about that? I could tell you some stories. It seems great, but there are a lot of issues. I can imagine. I can imagine. Are you winning, Shana? Listen, Captain, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Are you winning? Are you winning? He's hurting my stomach, though. Make him move. Cass is amazing. Pass it on. Cass is amazing and hot and young. Pass it on. Thank you for the hydration station, by the way. My dog sat on my face earlier. Wait. My sister told her to sit, and she turned and did. Dogs are crazy. Dogs are crazy. You went number 10. You got it, Missy. Can we get some -7s for Missy? -7s for Missy in the chat, please. R.I.P. Missy. R.I.P. Missy. Goodbye. Let's see. 69. Enjoy your choking. I should make this like a copy-paste message. See you later, Missy. I'm not young except when I'm a goober. You're always young. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. I lost all contact with her. Honest, that sucks. I'm sorry. Solvin is streaking with a 110 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Solvin in this chat. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Guys, if you're not already following Soul Insidious, I need you to take that button at the top of your screen. Give it that little boopity boop, that little tippity tap, and go give Soul Insidious.
Soul Insidious just traded
follow.
with 19 views.
It is free to do so. So why would you not? Welcome in, Raiders. How are you today? How are you today? Soul, how was your stream? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? Blue, welcome in. How are you today? We're just getting started, so I'm yapping right now. But for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Shana. I'm a horror streamer. Phasmophobia is my favorite game, but we play lots of scary games here. Lots of DVD. I'm a DVD creator. I'm a Blumhouse creator, so we play the Blumhouse games. Lots of indie horror games. I just like to have fun. I like to get scared. I'm bored. Let's go make poor financial decisions. With whose money? With whose money, Ghosty? What? What? A what? Witcher, welcome in. How are you today? Her ex-boyfriend hated me. It's called jealousy, honest. DVD and Subnautica. Nice, nice. Were you doing Lights Out in DVD? Yeah, JoJo will honestly never shush Cass. Honestly. Why can't I bring up my clipboard in the chat viewer Twitch? It's a good question, Anna. Welcome back, Missy. Welcome back. How was Purgatory? Blue with a 3-stream streak. I can speak. You guys better close your eyes and Nakey Blue in the chat. Ya moms? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm doing alright, Witcher. Doing alright. Asylum, welcome in. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Regular pubs this time around. Did Lights Out and TTB yesterday, so wanted some regular ankles breaking adventures today, but a lot of killers kept DCing. Wait, really? Too many broken ankles? Is that why they were DCing? Grandpappy! Guys, Grandpappy Sue is here. Grandpappy Sue is here. Bringing the fry bread for everyone. How you doing, Grandpa Sue? Guys, go show some love to Grandpa Sue if you haven't. We love him. We love him. I ate ramen while I waited. Ooh. I didn't know there was ramen in Purgatory. Free ramen in Purgatory? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I just want a fucking dildo. How about that? I don't know if that's a good thing, and just in case. Alexa, add dildo to Amazon shopping list. You think it's not? Then this is your punishment. Thanks, Jojo. Thanks, Jojo. Twyla, welcome in. How are you? Also, if you guys don't know, one of my best friends, Twyla. Where have you been? Go get to know her. Go get to know her. Life's every day above ground is a good day. Listen, that is definitely the outlook to have. Definitely the outlook to have. I love you. I love you, Grandpa. Ramen is in purgatory. I need to visit purgatory more. I miss Twyla. I miss Twyla. How about that? How about that? Tug Gaming, welcome in. How are you today? How are you today? Fire Archer with a 25 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Fire Archer in the chat. Uncle Sue, share your great snagging stories. Listen, Grandpappy Sue has all of the fire snagging stories. I'm sure. If Alexa adds it to your shopping list, I'll LMFA it. Listen. We got Alexa and Siri doing it, so ask and you shall receive. Ask and you shall receive. Oh, Sue, if you want to put it on your calendar, Vodka's surgery is going to be on the 13th. So that's when she's having her surgery. Just a FYI, if you want to put it on your calendar. Vodka Snacks, do you want to get off the bed? Come see Grandpa Sue. Come here. You gotta get down. If you want them, you gotta come down. Come on. Come on. Come on. I appreciate you, Sue. I appreciate you. Yeah, you can go ahead and start bingo if you'd like. And then I'll show you guys the badges that you're gonna get for your watch time for stream tomorrow, because we're doing the long stream for Interpride for DBD tomorrow. And like I said, there's also the sub one. Do not feel like you need to sub. The charity stuff is definitely more important. But I have to do the sub one in order to do the watch time one. So, unless you just want to collect them all, don't feel obligated. Okay? Okay? Our prettiest pupper dog. I know, she's the best dog. The best dog. I love her. I love her. Hi, Racer. How are you? It's good to see you. Tsunami in 3 days? Yeah, you excited? How's Nemo? How's Nemo? Her ex-boyfriend hated me because he used magic with bad intentions. Something about me protected her from him. You know? F him then. That's how I feel about that. That's how I feel about that. I love you, Twyla. I miss you. So, tomorrow, the one on the left is your watch time badge. That's your watch time badge right there. And then the one on the right is your sub badge. So I haven't decided, like I said, how long the watch time badge will be, because we're doing a long stream tomorrow. But make sure you're here. You can lurk, you can chat, whatever you want to do. You'll be able to get this badge on the left by being here tomorrow and supporting the stream. Okay? It didn't win, Jeffrey. It didn't win. It didn't win. It didn't have the most votes. The one on the right with the extra stars is the sub one. So gift a sub, sub. This is the one you'll get. If you don't already have the DVD with the rainbows, you'll also get that tomorrow. What time tomorrow? I should be starting around my normal time, so 7:30 at the latest, 8 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. But we will be streaming until like 2:30 in the morning, my time. If I can, I will start early. If I can, I will start early. Is the plan. But we will most certainly be streaming until 2:30 in the morning, my time. Because our raid train slot with the Into the Rainbow DVD Enter Pride raid train is from 12:30 to 2:30, and we're raiding into Nepo. So we'll still be playing games with Nepo from 2:30 to 4:30. If I can, I might go live on TikTok, or just, I don't know if I can keep YouTube going after that. I don't know. We'll see. But I might go live on TikTok or something. Or maybe we'll just be live playing with Nepo. Who knows? But at least until 2:30 in the morning. And then we'll be there from 2:30 to 4:30 with Nepo. So keeping Nepo awake until 5:30 his time. So it's gonna be a late night. It's gonna be a late night. But yeah. These look amazing. Thank you. Ghosty made them. Ghosty made them. So big shout out to Ghosty. Ghosty did amazing. Which, if you guys don't know, Ghosty, while Ghosty hasn't really been streaming, Ghosty has been putting YouTube videos out, and obviously Ghosty does art as well. So, but thank you, Twyla. Yeah, they do look amazing. Never fear, Cowboy's here. Welcome in, Cowboy. Guys, if you're not following Cowboy, go follow him right now. You guys will love Cowboy. Let me find a link to Ghosty's YouTube channel really quick so I can drop it for you guys. There we go. Here we go. There's Ghosty's YouTube if you want to go subscribe. I'm in a lot of the videos that they put out, playing games with them and stuff. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So if you want to subscribe, watch some videos, it's a good time. But I hope I can actually get some sleep so I can be there for tomorrow's very long stream. It's going to be a really fun time. It's going to be a really fun time. We've got some fun charity stuff planned. And just, you know, usual DVD shenanigans as well, so. Eating Ghosty art. I know, Ghosty's so good. Ghosty's so talented. We love Ghosty. Why would you make things better? Oh, and remember, I'll get my revenge one day. And if that involves removing all your closet doors, then so be it. Damn. Damn. Wow. Wow. JoJo's coming for you, Cowboy. JoJo's coming for you. You better watch out. You better watch out. Better make sure you stacked on snacks and drinks. Don't worry. Don't worry, I will. I will. Brain has been bad today, so I've been awake for over 24 hours. Honest. Honest. You need to get you some sleep, love. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What time is it where you are? JoJo hates me. JoJo does not hate you. JoJo does not... Hate is a very strong word to use here. JoJo does not hate you. Witchy, hi!
There are others out there.
Guys, if you don't know my Witchy, my love, what are you doing? What are you doing? Go follow my Witchy. Go follow my Witchy. Witchy is on her way to partner. She's almost there. She's almost there. Go follow her. Go support her. Help her get there. Help her get there. How are you, Witchy? I love you. I love you. It's good to see you. Witchy, did you see the... I already closed the things, but I can open them again. Did you see the badges that we're doing for tomorrow's watch time and everything for the DVD Interpride? Hi, Free Doom. Also, if you're not following Free Doom, go follow Free Doom. Go follow Free Doom. Currently 6:41 p.m. here. Okay, so you're a little behind. Go to sleep in a couple hours so that way you can get some nighttime sleep. Some good nighttime sleep, honest. It's good for you. It's good for you. My Witchy. My Witchy. I love you. I love you. I did try to sleep earlier, but I couldn't. You know, that's fair. I get it. But try and sleep in a couple hours so that way maybe you can get like on a good sleep schedule, you know? Get some like warm tea. Take a nice hot shower because that'll help you too. You saw them. They look amazing. Thank you. Ghosty did such a good job with them. Ghosty did such a good job with them. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. So excited. Oh my god. Off stream last night, Witchy, I did a game of Nurse in Lights Out just to see, because I was like, I feel like Nurse in Lights Out is gonna be really hard. It was really hard. I had to really focus. I had to really focus, you know? But I ended up getting a 2K and my blinks were on point. It was finding people that was the challenge. But if I found people, my blinks were on point. I was real proud of myself. Real proud of myself, I will say. DVD matching donos? I'm not sure. I'm sure at some point they are. I'm sure at some point they are. I don't think on like individual Tiltify campaigns they are. You're more like the noise a fan makes. You wish it didn't make the noise, but you know it's worth it. Damn, Cowboy and JoJo, you guys. Turn a VOD, go to bed when my brain actually shuts up long enough to let me try to sleep again. There you go. Nurse is hard in that mode for sure. I played her today and did okay. It's rough, right? Bubba in Lights Out is OP in Lights Out. Yes. I played against a Bubba. Have not played Bubba. I actually played Xenokitty for the first time ever yesterday in Lights Out. It was my first time ever playing Xenokitty, period. And decided Lights Out was the time to do it. Had some okay games. Had some good games. Had some that were not as good because I didn't know what I was doing. But it was fun. It was fun. We were just, you know, I'm having a good time. I really like Lights Out. I really like Lights Out, both on the killer and the survivor side. I think it's a really fun time, and I really hope that they decide to bring it back. I do think that the survivors having windows of opportunity is too much. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. I don't think it's like controversial to say that. I don't think it's necessary, you know. Been loving Lights Out. It kind of shows how strong or weak I am at Survivor and exactly. It's the same thing as like when I like to play Naked, you know. And I feel like if you're able to play the game and survive Naked and still A, have a good time, and B, either get out or help your team get out, like, then you're doing a good job. It shows your skill rather than like your perks skills, you know? But I like the, like, scariness of how dark everything is, too. Except for when I'm against Michael Myers. I was not happy about that. I was not happy about the several games that I had against Michael Myers in Lights Out. That I did not enjoy. Thought it was going to be terrible today, and I was going to hate it, but it wasn't that bad. I loved it. I genuinely enjoyed it. Genuinely enjoyed it. I think it, dare to say, might be my favorite mode. Dare to say. And I say that as somebody who, I enjoy 2v8. I know a lot of people don't. I know that is a controversial opinion. I know that is a controversial opinion because there's a lot of people who really don't like 2v8, and you know what? That's valid. That's valid. I enjoy 2v8. I think it's fun. I think it's chaotic. I don't want it to be around all the time because I like to play the game normally as well, but I enjoy 2v8. So, especially when I can do killer with somebody. Play doctor in Lights Out. Be a minute. Oh, I haven't even thought about that. That would be insane. I might have to try him after stream tonight.
I've got some jobs ready for
Doctor's so fun in Lights Out. Ooh. I screamed today. I had so many Michaels. Witchy. Hold, let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find a clip from last night. I might have a clip. I'm sure I do. I'm sure I do.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Played against some Myers and they lost, but I was on edge while playing because I couldn't not see him. Dude, when you just like see his face menacingly in the dark and you're like, ah! Like, no. Like, I'm gonna stream snipe you tomorrow night with my Myers. Jeffrey, one of our charity goals is a custom match. If we hit it, where Nepo gets to play Myers and kill me. Listen, Jeffrey. If we surpass our main milestone, we can do another custom and I will let you play Myers. How's that? How's that? 2v8 feeds my ADHD. Exactly. You get it. You get it. Okay, this one was not. This one was not during Lights Out, but this is a really funny Myers clip recently. We'll open this and I'll show you. This is a really funny recent Myers clip. I have too many clips of me just getting absolutely mortified by frickin' Michael Myers. There's a theme. There's a theme. Absolute menace. Absolute menace, this killer. Ghost wants to F around and find out number 6. Also, guys, if you're not following Ghost, go do so. 4, 5, 6. You got the tower. The ghost should have interacted with somebody or something. Did it? Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? Who really knows? You know? Who really knows? I'm not gonna turn my browser source up too loud because, I don't want to puncture anybody's eardrums more than I did when we actually made this clip. You know?
Are you kidding me? Where? Really?
You went to market. It is a Myers.
Cowboys in this clip.
Went to market. This little Myers stayed. I'm scared. I'm in market, but I don't see him.
No, he went to club. Sorry, not market club.
Oh, okay. I'm like panicking. little Myers ate
I've got some
roast
jobs
beef.
ready for you.
He's going to the grocery store.
This little Myers had
The
none.
store? Okay. What is it?
He's going to the store right now.
Well, I do need this little Myers went. Wee, wee, wee! Oh my God! This little Myers went wee wee wee. Oh my God. Wee wee wee. I want to go against Jeffrey so bad. Well, maybe tomorrow we can arrange that. Maybe tomorrow we can arrange that. We'll see. We've got some fun goals for tomorrow. Some fun goals for tomorrow. Was Chucky for me? Don't know why you can't just kick him across the field when he comes at you. Dude, I wish you could punt Chucky so badly. I wish you could punt him so badly. Like, it's so frustrating. So frustrating that you cannot, because he sometimes needs punted across the room. Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. Punish me, please. I'll punish you, Jeffrey. I'll punish you. Hi, how are you? It's good to see you, Jade. Better take out a bank loan. Oh my gosh. My heart jumped into my throat when Myers appeared behind Shana all of a sudden in that one lights out match last night. My heart went into my butt. It was in my butt. Not even my throat, my butt. It just dropped. Spastic, and I don't care. I would die in and out of game. True story. No, honestly. Remember this? My ears are still ringing. Listen, everybody's ears are still ringing. Everybody's ears. Not the wee wee wee. I know. I know. I'm trying to find the Myers clip from last night. I'm not gonna lie, it's so nice to be able to run around and not worry about scratch marks. I know there's one. Is this it? Oh my God! It's Michael Myers. Oh yeah, here's one. It's not a scream. I think the ones following are screams though. He ripped me off a generator here. I was just casually working on my Jenny, being a good little stable. Why is my video quality so bad? What is happening? What happens when I play DBD that my video quality suddenly goes to shit? I'm not gonna lie, it's so nice to be able to run around and not worry about scratch marks.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
Oh my God! It's Michael Myers and I just got ripped off my gen. Oh. You know what? You're right, because every time Cowboy says it's his last... Yeah, blame Cowboy. If we want a Michael Myers, we just got to get Cowboy in and he's got to say it's his last game. Because that's how it'll happen. That's how it'll happen. Let's see, I think this one might be another one. Jenny, welcome in. You sent me a clip? Oh my God, okay. I'm going to have to see. How many points for a Chucky field goal? You know? Can we make an Urk redeem? Might have to figure that out. Don't do it right now, Urk, because I'm still between bots. So do it when I get everything switched over and working properly.
It was by me.
I mean, I could still redeem it. Just write it down.
Oh, that was my word nightmare. The way he appeared behind poor Zombo there, and I was just like, bye-bye. See you later. I'm out of here. No, thank you. You're on your own. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye now. Okay, bye. This is witchy, by the way.
Holding the lantern also reveals your location. Oh, does it? Hi, Nar. How are you?
I'm turning this down because I know you're about to scream.
I hate him so much. Fuck off. Hey.
it. I need to
Michael.
see it again. I need to see it again.
Okay, bye. Hi, Parrot. Holding the lantern also reveals your location. Oh, does it? Hi, Nar. How are you? Do you like Pyramid Head? Ah! I hate him so much. Fuck off. Hey.
Oh my god. That's so funny. You know what they say? Getting two birds once. Oh my god, please, Ghosty. Please. Peekaboo with Ghostface is not fun either. No, Ghostface can absolutely be terrifying as well. Ghostface can absolutely be terrifying as well. We had, oh god, I'm terrible with map names. The one indoor map with the big, like, electrical area in the middle. We had Ghostface on that map, which is like Ghostface's best map, you know.
He does that a lot. You know what?
Ah! No! 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 Bad! Bad, Mikey! Bad! Bad! There's a scream.
I thought I saw him running over here. I wasn't too sure.
If anybody can tell me why my stream does this, by the way, when it's mostly when I play DBD, I've noticed. It gets like the quality drops significantly. If anybody's able to explain this to me. True, I said hi to you earlier. You did not sneak in. But welcome back. If anybody's able to explain that to me so I can fix it, I would appreciate it. 'Cause I don't know what causes that or how to fix it. It's very frustrating.
Welcome back.
That's your clip right there. Wait, where? Where, cowboy? Where? Did you send me one? I don't have a clip from you. I'm confused. I'm confused. So many ghost faces today. No thanks. Chucky and Zeno. No thanks for future games. I still haven't gone against a dredge in this mode yet. I want to go against a dredge. I feel like a dredge would be so fun. Chewy Mooey? Yeah, me. Stuffing in to say, Shana's a baddie, pass it on. Please identify. Identity. Please. Please identity. Why did I call you identify? I can read, I swear. My brain is like quarter of a brain
K1
cell.
Cowboy
at this
just
point.
resubscribed for 3 months at tier 1. And
Cowboy.
Lizzie.
Thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Also, Cammy, hi. Go back to your stream, Cammy. Don't make me come yell at you. Guys, go follow my friend Cammy if you have not already. Cammy's currently streaming, and if he doesn't go back over there, I will go yell at him. I will go yell at him. Do not put it past me. Do not put it past me. I don't know either. I've started using GeForce Now instead. That fixes all my issues. Wait, does it actually? When the clips ended, it showed mine. Oh, at the end? Oh, okay. Okay. No, that makes sense. Does it actually? Shana yelled at me for that. Wait, do I need to try GeForce Now and see if that fixes it? I worry though about my internet because you guys know how Mediacom is. That's my only concern. That's my only concern. Are you on like Wi-Fi, like regular internet, or are you on fiber, Jeffrey? Shana has yelled at me for that. Yes, I have. I'm in queue anyway. Cammy! Hold up. I swear to God. Cammy, this is where I come yell at you. I can't. Okay, listen. can't type. Don't. I get it. Hello? There we go. There we go. That should help your case out. What do you mean? What do you mean? Doesn't help his case at all. Everyone does that identity? Really? That's wild. That's actually wild. We should get into some games, guys. We should get into some games. I've been yapping for a long time now. I'm so sorry. I know I could, it's not a podcast, but it could be. It could be. Truly. Truly it could be. I could just sit here and yap forever, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for everything. I love you guys. Purple with a 75 stream watch streak. You guys better close your eyes and Nikki Purple in the chat. I don't know. I think you can check if your internet is good enough before you pay for it. I want a 1-year ultimate sub to GFN, so it's free for me to use. Or it could just be a just chatting stream. You guys don't want that. You guys don't want that. Uh-oh. What happened? Did we accidentally shield mode? Somebody accidentally shield moded. It's okay. No, you guys are fine. There was an accidental shield mode, I think. It's okay. Everything's fine. Purple is definitely hot. Pass it on. Whoops. Was that you, True? It wasn't you, Jeffrey? No? You blame Eli? You know what? That's fair. It is Eli's fault. It is Eli's fault. It is Eli's fault. Maybe one of our tech people, I don't know, Purple, Eli, somebody who knows more about tech than me. Somebody can help me figure out what it is that causes my streams to get all pixely with DBD specifically. It was me, definitely. It was Sylvan. Sylvan and Eli combined. That caused shield mode, yeah. That's why we can't have nice things. No, you blame Cowboy? Oh. Sylvan, Eli, and Cowboy together. The trio. The trio, yeah? Thank you for the hydrate, Asmodai. Real quick again. Guys, my friend Witchy, if you're not following her, go follow her. She's so close to partner. I need you to make sure you're lurking her streams when she's live. Por favor. Por favor. Right? Pause? Right? It's so true. So true. Alright, I'm gonna start YouTube. If we start getting laggy, anything starts going wonky, please tell me. I will turn YouTube off. I will turn YouTube off. You just gotta tell me so I can turn it off. Otherwise, we're gonna get this party started. And we'll be live on all the places. So, Studis, also Scully. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you are ready. Oh shoot, I gotta copy the right thing. Aren't we in a natural state of wonk? Literally all the time.
Welcome back.
Literally all the time. Hold on. Literally all the time. Copy. Paste. Okay. OBS, are we gonna behave? Lovely. Hello YouTube, welcome or welcome back. Subscribe, like, comment, turn the bell on, do all the things that I'm supposed to tell you to do. Today we're playing Phasmophobia.
And I still have not gotten my Willow badge because I've been addicted to a game called Dead by Daylight. Hi, I have a problem and I need help. But we need to get our Phasmo badge. We need to get our Phasmo badge that we are missing. So we're speed running today. We're speed running. We're educating. We're keeping things cozy but chaotic per usual. And let's just see how many ghosts we get right, and also, you know, stay alive as much as we can.
Looks like there are others out there in need.
We'll see. We'll see. Missy wants to F around and find out what number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got the sun. We know that's a lie. Missy, you have no sanity. Don't even lie to me. Don't even lie to me right now. Don't even lie to me right now. You're not an angel. I'm in a natural state of screaming internally on a daily basis. Honestly, so valid. Honestly, same. Hi, honey bunny. Screaming is the only screaming at yourself. Scream externally at others like a battle cry. I love that. I love that. Hi, KP. How are you today? YouTube is not live. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. I'm glad it got there. I'm glad it got there. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, we're crawling on me now. Are you okay? Are we okay? What's wrong?
The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object.
Okay.
Go and take a closer look.
How you doing, Cynical? Welcome in over on YouTube. How are you today? All right. We have 0 sanity going in. If you guys want to get your ghost guesses in, guessing is open. Guessing is open. All right. I'm gonna go UV. Ella Smith is our ghost name, so all ghosts are an option. Hydra, welcome in. How are you? How are you? How are you? You want some vodka snacks? Let me get those vodka. Are you back on the bed? All right, I'm just gonna toss them to her up there so I don't have to make her get down again. Trying to power through this to earn my badge. Speedrunning is the way to go. We knocked out so many. So many. Vodka, okay, vodka's fine. I think she's yelling at me because I probably need to take more medicine for my head. Either that or we're gonna have some bad weather. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. Yay! Gotta turn our salt rock lamp on. It is the way. What is life without the salt rock? Oh, it's hunting. Oh God. She's throwing a lot. Do you hear that? Not seeing feet. No feet that I can see. I think that was just the picture ricocheting over and over. Where did she come from? Where did she come from? Where did she go? Where did she come from? Cotton Eye Joe. Ah-ba-ba-dee-ba-da-ba-da-bo. What the heck was that? Honestly? A child. True. A child. Shana and her yays. What's wrong with my... Oh. I know what you are. Oh, I'm dead. I ran into her. I know what she is, though. You got this, Scully. Look at Scully go. Oh, she is on Scully's booty cheeks. Oh, she touched Scully's cheeks. This is a Diane. This is a Diane. Oh.
Welcome back. There's
Wait,
some
you were
jobs
in a
ready for you.
slung? What? Really? I thought it was a Diane. It was so slow and then so fast when I was moving. Maybe it was just the speed of... That's so weird. I thought it was me moving changing the speed. Yes, we have kill extend hunts because it's more spicy. You can unmute. You can talk, by the way. You don't have to be muted.
So yeah, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. When does Shana not have it on? Wait, what do you mean by that? Also, the ghost guessing game I think is running on both bots, in case anybody's wondering. That's why you're getting two different responses. So I think it's running on both of them right now. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that to see how that seemed like in a swan, because I feel like the speed felt more Diane, but you know, Dog Dad, welcome in. How are you? What do you mean, Nepo? Don't know if I can save you. Oh my gosh. I'll get you for it, please. Got back from training a Great Dane. Ooh, that's so fun. Gotta do a recording. What are you recording, Drew?
Alright, we're here.
What are
Take
you
a look at the
recording?
equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. I've got nothing else to report, unfortunately.
Should we convince Jojo and Sylvan to join us?
Only if we can extend times.
Oh god, yeah, we gotta keep kills extend hunts on. It's gotta stay on. It's the only way.
Yep.
Best decision to dog train. I love that. It's a woman for ghost guessing. Got a lady ghost. You own the business too? I love that. What do you think is the easiest type of dog to train? Oh, she should have been within range to head this way, and it looked like she was trying to go around the table instead, but we'll test it again. We'll test it again.
Oops. Did I spend enough time dead? What do you mean? Credit card video. Ooh, okay. If you guys don't know, True not only does Pokemon stuff, but True also has like a financial channel and stuff. If you guys want to learn about your finances, True's a good person to watch. German Shepherd, so smart, or Golden Retriever. German Shepherds are very smart. Shana told me to get in the closet. I did. You didn't get in the closet nearly as fast as I told you to, though. You are smart, Sylvan. Oh, we got a music box. Not finances, just credit cards. I mean, credit cards are finances, to be fair. Lady. Hello. Can you hear me? I'm holding my comms down. It wasn't buzzing, to be fair. I don't think she was within range. Let me feed the cat. Yes, go feed the cat. Go feed the cat.
Is she in the basement?
Yeah, I think she's coming out of the basement. I do believe that's where she's coming out of. Oh, she's hunting. Oh, she's coming finally. We know what she is. Or what she's gotta be, right? It just has to be circumstance that she just waltzed her butt in here. There's no way she's not a dang, you know what. Oh, look, a bone. I'll just pick it up. I say we. Oh.
Interesting.
Does that align? No. So she's just stupid.
Yes.
Got it.
Unless.
Got it. So we have music box and did I give us tarot every time or is it random? I don't remember. Not voodoo. Oh yeah, she is. We've got a mirror. I'll have to look in it for you, Jojo. If you're one of the Scooby-Doo gang, you can choose which one while investigating this haunted house. Okay. I can do that. Can we do it when we have a full squad and each of us can be someone from the Scooby-Doo gang? Because that would be really funny. I looked in it for you, Jojo. Oh. Were you in the basement?
I was.
Oh. I'm so sorry, Scully. I didn't know. I didn't know. I was trying to look in the mirror for Jojo.
Damn it, Jojo.
Blame Jojo.
Absolutely.
Joseph Anessen has blamed Shana.
Wow.
Shana has
you
rained
can't blame
terror
me.
upon us, thus she must be blamed forever and always.
You can't blame me. Jojo's blaming me.
Solvin has blamed Jojo. Sir Pickles, what did you do? The reason is still pending.
You know, we should take off reasons still pending and just change it to all of the reasons. All of the reasons. Hi, Cat. How are you, beautiful? Guys, if you don't know Cat and you're not following her, go follow that indigenous goddess right there. You agree with that? Yeah. Yeah. I think we should. I think we should. You had an idea about your blame command, yeah? Other than what you sent me? I still need to set everything up for that, so I have not. I blame Shana. Nobody cares who you blame, Cowboy. Nobody asked.
I didn't see Holmes.
You didn't? Okay.
Jeez.
I blame Cowboy. Thank you, Whippy. See, this is why Whippy's my favorite.
Wait, how is she doing?
Tap.
What do you mean, Jade? That's crazy. No. No, it's not. Let Scully and Sylvan choose what the blame JoJo command says. You know what? That's so valid. That's so valid. You're right. You guys get to choose what the blame JoJo command says. You can work together. You're rapping and tapping. I mean, good for you. Good for you, Jade. There's worse things you could be doing. I might regret that, but it's only fair. I might. I'm gonna take some sanity. There we go. That way I can see if I can get this evidence really quickly.
He's in the game room area.
Okay. Based on what you gave for the blames, yes. Oh, do they know? Do they already know?
We know each other's, but not our ones.
Oh. Spicy. Looking for cracks in the wall for December. Is that... What? I worry about you, Jade. I worry about you. Aw. Clam slam of respect for my fallen sister. Never forget what JoJo did to her. Your booty is straight up on those stairs, though. You looking good in those pants. Moral dilemma, I need help deciding. Okay. What's the dilemma? I got you, Nepo. I choose 4. Yeah? The sound makes your skin crawl. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. But I don't think they're gonna change it. I really don't. I don't think they care how many of us hate it, unfortunately. Let me check those thingies. Normal. Oh, dots. EMF2. Banshee, glory hole, Ovambo Phantom, not a glory hole. I saw those dots with my eyeballs. Special positions? Not the glory hole. Nope.
Yeah, I thought
No
this might be a
glory hole.
banshee, and that's why I wasn't necessarily interested in you.
I mean, it could be.
But
I'll bring a parabolic. Take a picture of that booty. Yeah. Where are you? How old are you? Do we know if this light over here affects that room? I don't know. You turn it off just in case. Oh, it turned on this light. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Are you French? Are you pizza? Are you Lisa? Are you sexy? Are you single? Where are you? How old are you? Are you near? Are you far? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you grandma? Are you grandpa? Would you like something to drink? I hear Scully makes a really nice drink. You've got a nice bar down here. Scully will make us some drinks if you'd like. Yeah? No? Okay. Ghost is not interested in talking. Hi, Hot Mess. How are you? Will somebody give Hot Mess a little shout out? Alright, well, it's not writing in the book. It is not speaking to us. It's not freezing.
You have a camera behind you. I didn't get to check the room
Oh, okay.
completely for orbs because you can't hit.
Sorry about that. Blame JoJo, you know.
I definitely blame Jojo.
Yeah. Oh, there's orbs.
Yeah.
It's a banshee. Yep,
I knew it.
you did. Wow, JoJo. Wow. Scully's girlfriend killed her, all because of you. All because of you.
Spicy banshees. I love them.
Yeah. They're just so obsessive, you know?
Yes.
Real strong feelings. Real strong feelings. She doesn't want to scream for me, though. Maybe she'll scream before I get out of here. Just one little scream. Come on. You can do it. You swear? What do you swear? And I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky, I'll be there. Is that what you swear? Or what? I feel like I'm getting slandered. You don't deserve a scream. That's so rude. I'm gonna remember this. Poor Banshee, I know.
The Great Claw just resubscribed for 49
At least the
months
Banshee
at
gets
tier 1.
Scully.
Shana
you know?
also elicits strong
Lucky
feelings.
Banshee.
Scream for Shana.
Thank you for the 49 months, Claw. I appreciate you. How are you? How are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. How we doing today?
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Alright. Let's see. Alright. Agabanchois. Are Sylvan and JoJo joining us on this one? Went to the Co of the Coast. Oh yeah? I'm glad you're doing okay. Co of the Cost. Oh, not the Coast. Co of the Cost. Did you buy anything? What'd you buy? What did you buy? I'm at 24 out of 50. We're almost halfway there. Living on a prayer. Purchased goods, yeah. Get your ghost guesses in, guys.
Tried to save someone like that. Didn't end well. We never spoke again afterwards. Told them that whenever they figured things out and learned the truth, that I'd be there waiting. Honestly, so valid. Honestly, so valid. Someone's being brainwashed, rewired. You find out if you tell them, they fall into a permanent state of paranoia and insanity. But if you told them the truth, If you don't, they live a peaceful, happy life, never knowing they are being brainwashed. What do you do? I honestly would tell them the truth. Personally. But that's because if it were me, I would want to be told the truth. I don't want to be lied to, even if it means the difference between being happy and being lied to make me happy versus being told the truth and you know, falling into that state of paranoia and insanity. I'd rather know the truth. So I'm always going to be honest with other people as well. Unless that person had told me prior to that they would not want to know the truth. So unless we've had a prior discussion, you're always going to get the truth from me. Just know that. Missy wants number 7. You got the fool. You're safe. Got some amazing oranges. They're very yummy. Ooh, I love oranges. Are they Mekons, like the mandarins? Those are some of my favorites. The cost of steak and lost your mind? I could imagine. Meat's pretty expensive. OxyClean, Press and Seal. Stuff's amazing. Some other stuff. Hell yeah. Tell me the
Speaking
truth,
of
Shana.
Unix Alithian has blamed Whippy. Whippy has been blamed for everything because they are the tinkiest ever, showering only once every 8 years and tinking up everywhere they go.
Whippy is the tinkiest. It's true. It's true. We do love Whippy, though. Even though they might be tinky. Alright, this ghost name is Livy. For those participating in guessing. It's a female. All the ghosts are possible. Claw with a 90 stream. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked claw in the chat. A naked claw. Whippy, what do you know the truth about? Shana has something of an interest in nightmares. Yeah, I do. I do. My shirt says so. Oh. Ghost is already hunting. Oh, there's a bone right here. Why are you laughing, Jojo?
We were locked out.
Oh, because you and Jojo were locked out? Is that why he's laughing?
Yes.
Sure. Little bit.
Alright. I need to get the light turned on. There's your bone right there if you'd like to take a photo. It's a little baby bone. Lick my ass, Eli. Damn. Whippy has some strong feelings, as you guys can see. As you guys can see. Did we start ghost guessing?
Wow.
What?
I'm guessing what I worried about.
I just wanted to double check. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Sylvan, can you keep Jojo in line, please?
I could try. Doesn't work very well.
Listen, you're the one who's all like, violence, punishment, rah, rah.
I need you to
Yeah.
kick Jojo in the knee, you know what I mean?
Jojo, if you don't behave, I'm gonna throw shit at you.
Thank you.
Honestly, my knee is
It's in the
probably
bathroom.
high as you could reach the kick.
That's why one day I'll get her to play Bloodborne. Jade is on a mission. Jade is on a mission. Wow, lots of EMFs in there. Oh, somebody lit a candle.
Mm-hmm.
What's our other cursed object?
Voodoo.
Oh, it's voodoo? Okay.
Welcome back.
You're grinding? What are you grinding? Your booty? On somebody's butt?
Writing.
Or your teeth? Bloodborne's such a good game, I've heard. Oh, it's writing now.
How many have you?
We get 3, but I've been trying to see if I can figure it out just on a hunt. If I can. And I obviously it was too normal on the first hunt. So. Oh my gosh. Hi, Grandma. Hello, Grandma. Oh, UV. We got feet. Feet. Feet for the Oni fans, you guys. Oh, what happened to the voodoo doll? His head's in the floor. Frank, what are you doing, buddy? Scully. I saw that. Just because you turn your back to me, it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, I saw what you did.
Mm-hmm. What did you do?
Me? Nothing. So,
Okay.
Oh, we have poopy sink water.
Oh no.
Yeah. Bad thing.
Okay, I'm gonna try Spirit Box again. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Oh, it's not working. Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak to me? Can you talk to me? Are you young? Are you old? Are you French? Are you pizza? Are you Lisa? Are you sexy? Are you single? Who keeps shutting the door?
I blame
In
Scully.
that room, be 9 degrees or lower.
It's 8 degrees in here.
it's been
Ghost was
hunting
a
here, so-
was a ghost slam. I mean, the temps are low in there.
Ah,
It's just not like.
there is bits of time where it doesn't try to hunt and it's a little less
That's
active.
right, Todd.
It turns out.
I think it's...
Yeah. Changing rooms isn't on, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, because
Yeah, but it's like 20 something.
yeah, I'm still leaning on a certain ghost because it has moments
Let me see if we see any dots. Why are we having dots out here?
we have no crucifix left.
Change this. Where's the other dots at? Why is it?
Out here. Oh god. Oh, she started in the closet. I'll smudge.
Like the pantry?
Yeah.
Like.
Rigged? What do you mean rigged? What map is this? This is the new Willow. This is new Willow, jammers. Which, if you haven't checked it out, they did such a good job with it. They did such a good job with it. You can't even open the pantry, and she literally started in there. That hoe. What do you mean?
We got UV, didn't we?
Yes.
UV
Oh my gosh. There we go. Normal thingies. Demon Myling Pulte Ovambo. I didn't even check to see the time.
When I saw the time start, I got a little confused.
What is my button to check my... There we go. I need to change this to like T. Because I feel like that makes more sense. Option. Controls. Inspect watch. T. There we go. There we go. Because for T for timer. You know? Show the basement? Absolutely. Absolutely. After the next hunt, I'll go down there.
Saw me. Not much to do. Okay.
Do you have a smudge?
Nope.
Where are you at?
What place follow you?
Dodging, careful hiding. Johnny's right in as well.
Okay. The basement looks really good though, jammers. I'll take you down there in a minute. Jojo's doing some great looping over there, as you can hear. Oh, is that Scully?
Yeah, I dived out when Selvin said no smudge, so I smudged, and then I saw...
Oh.
I saw Scully looping.
The ghost was literally blocking my way. I couldn't.
Yeah, I realized.
Oh, I thought Jojo was out there looping. Good job, Scully.
I can't loop.
But this was fast. After you killed.
Yeah, I think it started fast too. Which is why I was trying to check what time it started at, but I didn't
this time
didn't quite look in time. So here's the basement. It's been a little torn apart because the ghost has hunted a couple times, but this is essentially what it looks like. Which Ghosty and I are going to be putting a video together where we take you through. We rebuilt Willow in another game, and we'll do like a little side-by-side of like old Willow, our rebuild of Willow, and then new Willow.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
This is slower. It changed loads. Yeah, it did. Oh my god, I should see if the closet hiding's open. I don't think it will be since we have this and we have the hiding in the living room, but we're going to be doing more Willow because I'm trying to get the badge for it right now, jammers. So one of these rounds we'll get it. There's a really cute Easter egg, I guess is what you'd call it, in the master bedroom closet. I'll have to show you. I think we know what this is. So.
Yeah, should I end guessing?
Yeah. We've definitely got two different speeds happening here. Frank is in the ground. What are you doing with the door?
Making sure Shelly's safe.
Wow.
The
I'm not at the
spirit
end.
can remain. Oh, damn it.
Wow.
Hang on a sec. How many
It's
smudges
gotta
have
be
you
an
had?
Ovambo. Just two.
So that would mean there's a reason Solvin didn't have a smudge,
Yes.
I picked up an extra one that was on the floor.
which was for Solvin.
Well, why was it thrown on the floor?
Because Solvin doesn't always remember to bring a smudge. The smudges have to be brought.
Alright, I'm alive. I did.
Because two people saved you.
One was already hiding behind the couch, okay?
I miss you too, Ghosty.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Look at me.
Sylvan,
I'm
Yeah.
burning.
you gotta remember your incense.
Fine.
Incense and lighter.
Incense
Hey,
and
I have my
lighter.
lighter.
You did, to be fair.
On zero sanity, they should be the first two things that you grab.
Before investigating. We've had no reports of
There, I have it. Are you happy? Is everyone
Yes.
happy?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Well done. I'm proud of you.
So
This game changed loads. It did. It did. And there's still a lot more changes to come as well, jammers. When's the last time you played? Alright, our ghost is Julie. So it's a female ghost, which means all the ghosts are an options for guessing. We have, depending on when the last time you played was, jammers, we have a bunch of new ghosts. The Diane is new. The Uswan is new. The Dildageist is new. Dildagast. I keep wanting to say Geist. Dildagast is new. The Galu is new. The Koromosh is new. The Ovambo is new. I think that's it. I think that's all the new ones. Okay. Yeah, a year. So I think those should be all the new ones then, since the last time you have played.
Is this been there forever on the journal, on the spine of the journal? Has there always been a green, like, UV fingerprint sticker
Where?
on the spine at the top? So if you look at mine that's open in front of you,
Oh! I don't believe so. If it has, it hasn't been as noticeable.
I wonder if it's noticeable because of the changes.
Possibly. You look like you have nail polish on.
I do. Do you like the shade?
I feel like it should be a little more opaque maybe, because right now it just kind of makes your nails look a little, like, sickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the climate.
Is it? Yeah. Are you just cold?
Yeah, at the moment, yes, babe. Yeah. Because we stormed stuff yesterday and it's got cold.
Is the Rev the worst ghost still? I've never thought of the Rev as the worst ghost, personally. I've always thought of it as, like, spicy and kind of fun. But no, definitely not. Definitely not. It's not technically the fastest ghost anymore. The Dildagast is just as fast. I think is the Diane as fast when you're moving near it, or is it just close? I know that the Kormosh is also very fast. Oh god, what's the math on it? The Kormosh is also very, very, very fast.
The Cormosh isn't that fast.
It is. It actually is. It gets just as fast as the Revenant.
Is it?
Yes, it does. It does. It just works slightly different. I was listening to somebody else's math on it, and it has to do with your distance from it, and when it hears you. So the Kormosh is blind, jammers. It can't see you, but it can hear you. So if you're standing completely still and the ghost, like, you can see the ghost can't actually see you, but if you move or if you have electronics on or something like that, it can hear you, and it gets extremely fast as well. I'd have to actually look it up on the wiki to see the math and everything on it, because I don't know it off the top of my head. Whoop. Are you... You are... It's an onion head child, and unless it's a mimic, we know what this is. The Diogen, the easiest. The Diogen, in my opinion, is one of the easiest ghosts. However, the Aswan, as long as you have hiding and you know it's an Aswan, is actually the easiest ghost. Because,
Looks like there are others out there.
if you go into hiding, so like we have hiding here, right? Say if we knew this was an Aswan and it started hunting, we could go into the hiding even without an incense, and it would stop its hunt immediately as soon as it came into the hiding. We need to double check Orbeez, and if there's no Orbeez, then we know what it is. Oh, the spirit box is going for a walk.
Forever in Shadow just resubscribed for 20 months at tier 3.
I love you, Sabina. How are you? Welcome me in. Also, Forever, thank you for the 20 months at tier 3. Thank you so much. You're insane. Thank you for the giant PP. I love you. I appreciate you. You're amazing. This is too complicated for me. It's a lot. It's a lot. Especially, like, either A, if you're new, or B, if you haven't played in a while. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to learn, which is why I always recommend people to snag the cheat sheet if you don't have it, because it's not cheating, it's using your available tools. It's super helpful. Super, super, super helpful. And it will really help you with identifying like traits about the ghosts and different things like that. Oh, there was tarot. Let's go.
For a while now.
Sorry. you guys want to pull cards with me?
Sure.
Yes. All right, I'm gonna turn the salt rock lamp on. Sanity is definitely overrated. Death, but it's not a fool, it's a fake fool. Yeah. The scariest ghost of them all. A child. Whoa.
It's so cute though.
No.
What planet do you live on?
Look at it.
Did you two run away?
No, I'm watching from another room.
I
Yeah, I know you were.
Rebecca, how are you? Welcome in. Shakar, it's good to see you. Give me just a second, I'll give you a shout out. Guys, if you don't know Shakar, go follow Shakar. I love Shakar so heckin' much. So heckin' much. And you will too. You will too. Okay. It has been. How have you been, Shakar? I miss you.
Power also.
Any new objects? Unfortunately, no. But I'm hoping that we get some. They're taking the bone out of the game. So, there's gonna be some different things that are tied to the ghosts that I think will be really interesting. Death. She's crawling.
But she's crawling so cutely.
No!
There are not many things that bring me as much joy as Scully's reaction.
Sabina with a 145 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Sabina in the chat. A Nakey Sabina.
Try to show.
Oh no. Forever, said Jojo, please close your ears. We all know what's coming. We're all about to be cursed. Fool. Oh, you got lucky.
Dead.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
We're
okay.
all about to be cursed. I'm bored. Let's go burn down Scully's house. Why Scully's house? Ghosty. I say let's kidnap Scully and run away to Canada together, which would be equally as fun. And then we can burn something down in Canada.
One condition.
No, the whole country is on fire. Maybe not that.
You
Oh.
take me as well somehow.
We burn something down in Canada and move to England then.
Maybe not England, but
Scotland then. Okay. Go to Scotland.
Okay.
I love England, but
I wanted to go to London though.
could I? Wow.
She threw the iPad inside the plant.
The sun?
I wondered what the light was over there. There's an iPad in the plant.
Scully, I think it's your turn.
There's a switch outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is Scully honestly using it for? Be so for real with me? Oh, Ghosty wants to know what you're using your house for. We burned down Jelly's house. But Jelly has pets. Ghosty, Jelly has pets.
I have pets.
So
Yes.
if
Also,
you,
burn,
I am,
cleanse.
there's some-
Shakar's ready to burn things too. Shakar's joining the burning. Shakar said, "I'm in."
there's some abandoned houses where I live though.
That was so
feel
much
free.
fun, Shakar. That was so much fun. I miss that. I wish we could have a redo of last year. Not the Switch, I know. I didn't hear you defend Scully's. Okay, but I was just defending Scully in general, so.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I'm all about arson. You know what? Who isn't? But I can't legally say that on the internet. So. Don't set things on fire, kids.
Right.
Having a
I
weird
agree with that.
mobile loop? What do you mean? What's going on?
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment
What's going
and prepare
on?
accordingly before starting the investigation. Nothing to report, but it looks like whoever was here.
You know, I've forgot to keep track of our investigations on my thing, so it's just not correct at all. At all. It's fine. We're just gonna take it off for now, because I was not keeping track.
Joe, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Causing trouble.
No, I tend to crouch. You guys will see
saw
it. I
that.
learned
Elizabeth.
some crouch walkers.
Just stay with me, Scully. We'll be safe.
We have another female ghost, guys. All the ghosts are an option.
Didn't even realise. Oh, I look back.
I hope it's a Cormosh. I haven't had a Cormosh in forever. No, never.
Never get another call.
I love the Cormosh.
Yeah, you love them. I always write to them, even if I'm in the right places to be away from them. Even if I smudge them.
Use that tactical blunt. You know what? I will, Life Mile. I will, just for you.
Jobs ready for you.
Hi, Zambo.
Thank you.
How are you? We have
Yeah, I didn't
pantry
get you.
hiding. I think it might have been in the basement because I didn't even hear it. We don't have closet hiding. Look at the flamingo. Hi, Jinka. You are me. I have an existential glow stick. Oh, we have UV. Oh, it's a poltergeist.
Check for orbs maybe, and then go.
I mean,
I just saw the room explode.
Oh, lovely.
no orbs. Also no cards, I think so.
Yeah, the reasonable.
But we have to.
Yeah, I know.
Guys, we have a monkey paw. We could fill the
I
room and
see.
then wish for activity. I'm just
That's
putting
all.
that out there. How many items can we put in this room?
At least 70 or 80.
I'm smudging, so we have time.
Okay,
Make sure.
There's also a cruci on this table, so
Oh,
excellent.
we have time.
what the fuck?
Wow.
taking the room where it happened to a whole new level. For real. For real.
Threats have already been put on the table.
Priorities. I approve your priorities.
Chicken dinner. Hi, Persephone. How are you? Can we get a little shout out for Persephone? Oh, I turned my back. I wasn't ready. I wasn't even looking.
I wasn't either.
Disrespectful. Honestly.
I only got a little bit of it.
I saw it, but
None of us were ready. Oh my god, is the rubber ducky in there? We gotta get the rubber ducky in there. Rubber ducky. Fun, fun, fun. Come here.
You hiding in the
I was getting the rubber ducky. We're all cursed. Officially. Officially. It's happened. That was pathetic, I agree. It stomped out of the room angrily. Why the curse? 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna smudge because that just ate the crucifix again. This gives us a little longer.
maybe you should stay near there so you can catch it when it explodes. It's probably safe.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
We can keep piling in.
Okay, should I wish for activity?
Hang on, let me grab some wine.
Okay, okay.
This is a very epic pile.
We've got,
So big.
we've got, white or red? Or, okay,
Red.
both.
Okay.
So we've got breast, cork, and wine.
I love this. Why did you just throw at me? That's so rude.
I'll just go grab the breaker.
Oh, okay, let me know when you're ready. It's gonna break the breaker.
Oh, the breaker is on.
I wish for activity. Come on, buddy. Come on. Is it big? It is big. It's so big. Don't you slam the door in my friends' faces. Come on. Throw for us, buddy. You can do it. Explode all over us. Oh god. I wasn't expecting it to hunt. Someone might have to wish me back to life. No! How dare you? How dare you, Ghost? Honestly disrespectful.
Oh. I mean, you can still see it while you're dead.
Yeah, but then I can't get my ghost for the badge.
Good point, yeah, sure, no worries. I'll do it then. I'll just have to make sure I beat Scully to the pool.
Forever
Damn it, Scully,
cursed
no.
us. Forever cursed us. It's still hunting. You guys gotta stay alive.
Okay,
Hit
so
the smudge. Wait, please don't tell me you've got a pool, Scully. No, you didn't. Oh, stuff.
I mean, everyone's alive. It's good.
You disappeared for a second, by the way, when you came back. I haven't seen that happen.
Do you have an incense? Anybody have incense?
No, I used it when it was in there, and then it stopped hunting. Everyone's
it still
alive,
hasn't
but what had
exploded.
happened
Did you just hide in the pantry?
You should voice a Marvel character so I can play as you and be awesome like you. Oh my gosh.
Yes, judge.
Judgment.
I don't care.
That's not the point.
Is it gonna explode or is it just gonna leave us hanging? I feel like I'm being edged here.
Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say, let Shana have your smudge.
I don't have a lighter.
Do you want my lighter as well?
Sure.
Fully doing what I do. Give
Thank you. Come on, buddy.
I'll just stay here in the
They should have
back
made
closet.
it where ghosts can possess the hunters, then you perform exorcism on them. Maybe in the next game, if they make a sequel, that, which I wouldn't doubt, that would be really cool. It threw one thing.
Oh.
It really edged us there. I saw a few things move because it picked from the middle of the pile. Come on, buddy. You're so strong. You can do it. You're the strongest ghost.
Such a beautiful pile.
Your eyes even lit up and everything. Oh. Come on. Maybe if you talk to it in like French or something, Sylvan.
I hate to say it, but you're a little too far away from the ghost. I mean, you need to get closer.
No, just use global comms. Global comms. It'll hear you. That one character.
Excusez-moi,
Yeah.
le poltergeist. Est-ce que tu peux faire exploser le pile? Merci beaucoup. Infiniment. I'll take it like that.
Incense now. I saw you shut that door on me, Jojo.
Yeah, and then I
did.
realised, and I opened it. Did you not see me open it as quick as I could when I realised?
I don't know, Jojo. I don't know.
I would gladly die if it meant you could survive to get one towards the badge.
Always good to see you, Eli. You're one of the precious few that acknowledge the joy of loonies. You're both insane. You're both insane.
Take the cat food.
I think this ghost is
Oh,
not
no,
gonna.
it's not.
I think it's not gonna explode for us, you guys. I'm gonna give it a minute and a half, and I'm gonna leave because we're out of incense.
Wow, forever. I approve of the word saucy though. Makes me good carry on movies.
We went through all this trouble of bringing you all these items, and you don't want a poltergeist for us. You're a geist that doesn't want to polter. Your dance moves don't do anything to the entire altar. You have no dance moves.
So mean.
Do something. Give us a sign. It's been a minute and a half. We should go. We're gonna hear an explosion as we walk out the door.
What if we throw down this other cruci? Why don't we just do that? Then it'll do stuff, right? Because it exploded before when there was a cruci. Let's go.
So we had a food.
I have
didn't know we had another Cruci.
The realization.
I haven't been outside since we started the game.
Yeah, I know you haven't. I think it's definitely a blame Selvin moment.
What do you mean a blame Selvin moment?
Sanity certainly can be overrated, yes. I feel like I just heard purring.
Explode. Do it. No, you want
Do it
to.
now.
Do it now.
I think the ghost is afraid because we have so many FBI jackets in here.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes a
Is
uniform
Sylvan gonna
isn't a
speak
jacket.
French nothings? Maybe.
I already spoke French nothings.
Oui, oui, oui. Leigh explode on us, please, for the content, and everyone in chat wants to see you.
Oh la la. Is that what it sounds like when we do a British accent? Christ.
Yes, it
Oh,
is.
that hurt. Oh,
You
that
know,
hurt.
you know we want to see the big explosion.
Oh no.
Come on. Come on, give it to us.
Look, I even put the
Oh,
ducky
you're
on
feisty.
top. I like JoJo's accent. I think it's funny.
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
But I get why he cringes now when we do it. I understand.
Have we got a baguette? Oh no, that's a tango.
Ooh la la. Ooh la la.
Did
He
you
like
baguette
growls.
and-
He
and
like he
cheese?
growls. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Ooh la la.
Fromage.
Omelette du fromage. Ooh la la. Oh, how you doing, Taz?
I don't think this ghost is my.
I think this ghost is a fake poltergeist.
This cultist like I did it twice, you missed it. Alright.
F
But
you.
for the society,
Maybe.
Ooh la la. You say ooh la la, but I hear banana.
Can we blurp JoJo say ooh la la?
Ooh la la. Mademoiselle, mademoiselle, and mademoiselle.
Tous les
I am-
demoiselles.
I am surrounded by fillets.
Did you just say filets? No. No.
We
You take it back. Don't ever say that. It's fille.
no,
Fille.
no. I
No
do it
fillets.
on purpose. You see, I
No,
am English.
not
We
even on
have
purpose.
to have
We
joke.
never say filets on purpose. No.
I know you don't, but I do.
This is out of control.
Oh, my filet mignon.
Oh my god. Mon dieu.
You know what I think we should have brought back to the van?
With the zip vests.
No,
Zikaka.
I think, yeah. The van
Yes.
needed some coco van.
Not Shana dying over there.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I can't breathe.
Oh my god.
I have forgotten how to spell poltergeist.
Oh my god. We're all dead. We're all dead. If you cook a cheesy omelet, you're hot AF. Listen. Who doesn't cook a cheesy omelet?
So, considering I just did a very poor French roleplay, maybe we should do the Scooby-Doo one.
Oh my god, I forgot about the Scooby-Doo one. Yes.
Okay, but I do not know Scooby-Doo.
That's okay. You can be Scooby.
Yeah, you just be Scooby.
Who's Scooby?
the dog.
It's the dog, and I'll be Shaggy.
What does the dog sound like?
Raggy.
Oh no.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo!
Can I be like the OC who's just like stuck in a group of these weird Scooby-Doo people instead?
but I don't know Scooby-Doo in English.
Okay, well
Well,
then
that's perfect.
you have to speak you have to speak Hungarian.
I wasn't an English child.
I approve.
You have to
I agree.
be
Scully
you
is
have
just
you have
Hungarian this
you have to be
whole game.
Hungarian the whole game.
Excuse me?
Yeah, that's it.
Yep,
Agreed.
Hungarian Scooby-Doo the whole game. I'm gonna
Yep.
be Shaggy.
Okay.
Like Zoinks!
What? Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me just look at what Scooby-Doo sounds like, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
Me too.
You're gonna. Do you want to be Velma?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hungarian Velma, and Jojo, I guess, is Fred.
No, Torvald would be Velma, because Velma is like smart. I should be the not smart.
You want to be Scooby?
No, what's the other girl called?
Oh,
Avi in here
Daphne.
saying,
You want to be Daphne?
"Can you be Velma without trying?"
Oh,
Who's
Scully
Velma?
wants to be Daphne.
Yeah,
No,
but-
but somebody needs to be
Is that-
Scooby. Somebody's got to be Scooby.
I guess I can be Scooby because I don't think me as Fred trying to flirt with Scully sounds right.
I think it'd be funny. Especially
It
because
would,
she's
I
going to be
agree.
speaking Hungarian the
Here are the
whole
ground
time, and you guys are
You
going to
can
have a
punch
clue what
me,
the other
kick me, pull
person...
my
Well,
hair.
she's going to
I am
understand, but you're going to have a
okay
clue what
being
she's
stabbed,
saying.
biting, and
Then maybe
scratching
you need to be
God.
Scooby-Doo.
on the table.
But I
You
wanna be-
can use fire.
I want to be Shaggy.
Okay, how about you be both? Scooby and
No. I don't want to have split personalities.
Hold on.
Well-
Let me just listen to Scooby-Doo, okay? I don't know what Scooby-Doo sounds like.
Jojo's totally Scooby. Oh my god.
He is, to be fair.
Shaggy. Wow, that
You're
that
French.
is
You were pretty much Scooby-Doo.
that is wild.
Alright, fine. Jojo can be Scooby. Scully is Daphne. Solvin is Velma. And I'm Shaggy.
But what does Velma do?
Velma's very smart. And she forgets her glasses everywhere. She, like, loses her glasses all the time.
Okay, how
She's
about
like,
this?
"Oh my
I'll even
God, my
play it without my
glasses!"
glasses on.
And she's always, like, she can't see anything.
There we go. I'm playing
Toddler and
Shaz
taken
without
off with my
glasses.
phone. Oh my god, like an episode of Bluey hit it on me. Oh my god, that's funny. That's funny.
Helpful.
How you doing, Paul? It's good to see you.
The innocent part.
Alright.
Not the accent. The accent feels right.
Oh my god, I can't read anything on my screen. This is amazing. Alright. Oh no, where are my glasses? I have lost them. I can't see anything.
Okay.
Alright, we're here.
You guys ready?
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Zoinks!
But I guess we'll see.
New intel.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Not
man.
around Randy's family.
Out there.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but I seem to have misplaced my glasses. Has anyone seen them?
Velma lost her glasses again? Like,
Ruh-roh.
zoinks! Scoobs! Did you bring any snacks?
I want to wish the hack. Wish hack. I can't do
Daphne, have you seen my glasses?
I can't speak Hungarian, I feel self-conscious.
No, speak
Daphne!
Hungarian. God damn it. Do it. It's literally your language. Come on. Don't hide in the corner. Come on, speak. Speak.
Again.
Daphne, can you order a pizza?
More than one word.
Order 5 pizzas!
Check it, check.
5 pizzas, Daphne! 5 pizzas! Okay.
Okay.
Scoobs.
Scoobs, are you there?
Wait, hold on.
Like,
You think-
zoinks, Scoobs. I think
If I
Scoobs
look
is
through
deaf.
this-
Oh my god! Daphne's too busy being Fred's dinner. Oh my gosh. You know what? That's so valid though. That's so valid though. Like,
I think I
zoinks!
should-
This place is
Check it.
gorgeous!
Check my forehead. What?
I
I don't see anything on my forehead.
I think I should stay crouched. Scooby-Dooby-Doo! Where are you?
This place is definitely not spooky or haunted. We don't go anywhere spooky or haunted or with ghosts.
Better not be you, 'cause I don't want to be here.
Ah!
I don't want to alarm anyone.
Like-
There are footsteps.
Zoinks! Scoob! There's a man! With an axe!
Get off it, guys.
Everybody, hide!
Seems haunted. Here, there's a hiding shower if anyone's interested.
We're gonna die! We're gonna die quickly!
Oh my god, I'm gonna die! Rocky! Rocky!
Let's do what we do best, Scoob! Eat! Oh, a kitchen! Snacks!
I don't know what I'm agreeing with, but I agree.
Ugh. They only have cat food, Scoobs. Scoobs?
Yes?
I only found cat food.
Yes, what? What's up?
Oh! There's green fingerprints on this door! Like, zoinks! What was that?
It appears like it could be the bathroom, maybe? It's the same temperature as the hall.
Oh! We're gonna die! We're gonna die quickly! Everybody hide!
I think
I'm gonna
gonna
hide
stand
in this
here,
tree.
In the middle, for science.
Wait.
Science!
Missing evidence? That
I need snacks. Oh, the fridge doesn't even
Scooby just
open.
became Sean Connery, and I don't know what.
Coffee?
Uh-oh.
Oh no, they don't have any food in this house. Daphne! They have no food in this house. Daphne, I could really go for a cheeseburger or a
I don't know what
sandwich.
she just said, but see ya.
Where's Fred? Somebody call Fred. Scoobs,
Yes?
can you call
Scooby,
Fred?
EMF. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, EMF 5. Oh, Scooby bad. Scooby really bad.
Wait, so is it in the bathroom?
Velma, did you remember to pack sandwiches? Did I remember to pack sandwiches? Of course I did. Where did I put the
It appears
sandwiches?
that it's speaking in the box.
Where did I pack the sandwiches?
Hey, hey, don't scare me.
Where's my
It's not
tactical
cool.
blunt? Oh, I already used my tactical blunt.
Would you like my tactical blunt?
Oh, I would love your tactical blunt.
I don't really
Hey,
use this one because,
Scoobs!
you know,
You
it's,
want to share the
it's not
tactical
great.
blunt?
Where are you?
In the van, where I belong.
Why are you out there?
Oh shit.
It's scary in there. What do you mean?
Come back
Like-
inside the house. It's not real. Nothing's happening.
Like zoinks, Velma. Are you crazy?
Scooby has no idea what.
I mean,
to
yeah.
confront it.
Here you go.
Oh, tactical blunt, just what I need.
Fine. I'm gonna go back in there,
Did you order the pizza? Why won't the door
they're
open?
about 40 minutes out.
40 minutes! Ugh, I can't even find my sandwiches. Did you hide them again?
Oh, speaking of deliveries, I have a delivery. Hold on.
Right! Help, Scooby! In the second basement.
Scoobs, what are you doing in the basement? Are there snacks down there? Is that where the sandwiches are? Oh, the light just turned on over here.
Scooby Sopa.
Szeretnék kártyákat húzni? Segít! Kártyák!
Oh, there's these cool cards. Wow. Scoobs, have you seen these cool cards that Daphne found?
Gosh.
Yeah,
Cards?
Daphne found some cool cards.
Scooby Pokars.
I like cards. Where are you guys?
The basement. There was a sun on that one and a brain.
Here's where the fun is.
There's a haunted
Anybody want to
mansion
share my tactical blunt?
back- It had a tower on it.
Death.
You're clutching yours right now, like Mile. I love that.
Music. Huh, no.
Why'd that one glow yellow? That was
I
crazy.
don't know. If only she spoke English.
Why is Daphne speaking really interestingly? It's like she doesn't. She doesn't
That's all I
speak
have to
English.
say.
I don't know.
Shun.
It's a my turn?
Yeah.
Wheel of Fortune green.
Do you think these cards will give us a sandwich?
Maybe.
I'm
Would
really
get her
hungry.
sooner than 40 minutes, that's for sure.
A house? I don't know. What's the house do? Scooby-Doo cosplay win. Could consider it. There's a Scooby-Doo DVD stuff coming out. That would actually be a really good thing to do. It'd be fun.
I'm gonna
Scooby
have
Go.
costume, so
Scooby Saw Hagman.
Well, I think we're
Oh
out
my
of
God,
cards.
that was so confusing for a second.
Scoobs, what's
You
wrong?
spoke English and I was like, what the hell?
Scooby
Mineralman.
Saw Hangman.
Exactly.
Oh, those cards had hangman scoops? Like zoinks! I'll hold you, Scoobs. It's okay. Well, let's get out of here so we can go get some pizza, Scoobs. Let me give you bits for JoJo saying Scooby, please. Here, let me stand still so we don't have feet in the background.
Scooby-Doo!
There you go. Like zoinks!
This was actually just
Daphne?
a costume.
Where'd you go? Did we take the mask off of the man?
Oh, thank God. I'm so pity I got lost.
Did you take his mask off? Wait, you pulled a gold card, right?
Yeah. Oh, I just matched your energy, sorry.
Oh, we should stay inside and you should hide. And I'll run into him and take his mask off.
Good idea. Should
Yeah.
I just take a video of that? I think it would.
Yeah, you should take a video. Here's a tactical blunt for you to use while I run into him.
I have one too.
Okay. I'm gonna run into him though, and then I'll be invincible after I take his mask off.
Okay.
It's so cool. Like zoinks! Scoobs, I'm gonna be invincible after I unmask this villain.
I'm not even sure why they say that one is the smart one, you know. You have really good ideas.
Hey.
What do you mean? They say that I'm not the smart one? I used my tactical blunt. I'm ready for pizza. I eat so much food that my brain is fueled.
Scoopy.
Thank you, thank you.
That's a good boy.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Aravi, that you haven't heard that voice. Oh my god, not Aravi, please. There's some lore about Shaggy being high because he is the only one that talks to Scooby-Doo. You know, I'm pretty sure I've heard that before. Let me get this out of here so it'll
I
hunt.
don't think that's true. Talks to Scooby.
Alright.
They don't talk to me. They all do you.
What's our other cursed
They're all
object?
baked.
Maybe I... Oh, it's the mirror. I'll use it.
No.
Make it hunt. Oh, Scoobs.
Scooby won't mirror.
Okay, Scoobs, you can use the mirror.
Scooby.
Maybe don't use it right here.
Thank you. We love you.
Love you too,
This has
Scoobs!
no sharp edges. It's just all soft.
Alright, we're gonna be invincible after we run into this ghost. Get ready.
Scooby for no sanity.
We unmask the villain!
Scooby smashing the door.
What happened to the High Priestess?
Did you die twice?
No.
Oh boy,
Right, row.
I didn't. Did you just assume I did?
I thought you did because I saw gold.
Did you not correct her? Wow. Wow. That's amazing.
Shep did not say that.
That's amazing.
No, she did not say that. She said that she saw a gold. And I said, yes, I did pull one, but that was sun.
Wow. But she was talking about being immortal and taking off masks. Oh my god.
I thought
This is amazing. This is amazing.
I thought it was
Scooby a
true.
ghost.
It's like dedication.
Oh my god, that's epic.
Listen, I'm not supposed to be the smart one.
None of us are smart! I'm too high! You're not the smart one.
Wow.
Scooby's a dog. Fucking hell.
Honestly. Soren.
This is lore accurate. This is lore accurate. This is fucking lore accurate right here. Please.
I don't even have glasses on. How is this my fault?
Just
sandwich or Scooby snack.
Unbelievable. I let you people go into that house and you all just die.
Where's
Wow.
Fred?
Ash, it's good to see you.
Fred, come save me, please. Sorry.
Shall I press the button?
Yeah, press the button. You got a hangman. You got a hangman. Finally, Irk. Can we get some -7s in the chat for Irk, please?
I just want to say that Scully set up Shana to die. Putting that out.
Welcome back.
Putting that out there.
I've got some jobs ready
Yeah,
for
that
you.
100% happened, and that's
Happened.
unacceptable.
No.
That
I
was
was
a
asked.
sheer setup.
I was asked to talk in Hungarian, and that's what I did.
You weren't speaking Hungarian when she went in there saying that she was going to face down this thing and be immortal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like, it's hardcore.
Sheldon, you know that thing
Uh-huh.
from that you've called Scully before?
I'm glad we
I've
made
called
you
her a lot
guys
of
laugh.
things. What-
Bay, how are
what
you
thing?
guys? Go follow Bay as well.
Do you know the one that's on that's a command somewhere?
How you doing,
Uh-huh.
Bay?
That's
That one? You want me to
yeah,
say that?
I think that needs to be said.
There are no responsible
Scully,
adults. Scooby is a
c'est une méchante
teenager and not ready. Right.
Sorry.
Wow. I didn't just lead my friend to her death, you know?
Sylvan, would you mind disabling your loadout?
What you got against my loadout? I'm level 80, I have all the things.
And
Fight me,
Shana is a
Jojo.
permanent sugar mama.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
If someone wants to sugar mama, it's okay. It doesn't matter.
Wow.
I mean, I could disable because I'm daddy, not a mommy, but that's fine.
I'm also daddy, so
Oh wait, no, now you gotta put stuff because I yeah.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Ghosty.
I guess I'm mummy then.
I still
You
want a
are mommy.
JoJo blurb. Did you clip it? Who's gonna be Scrappy? That would be Ghosty. Ghosty'd have to be Scrappy.
Oh wait, I could put my glasses back on.
I'm doing well, babe. I'm doing well. We're vibing. I'm excited about tomorrow. We're doing our Into the Rainbow stream for Interpride tomorrow. You want one? Enjoyed time out. I'm gonna read a book. What are you gonna read? Hope you have a great rest of your night. I hope you do too. I hope you're feeling better sooner. I love you. Check your DMs for a random quote. Oh god, okay. Wow. Wow. What is the other quote above that? What is the other quote above that? Did you say that or did I say that? Because I feel like either of us could have said that. I'm Scrappy. I'm an annoying little shit. Sometimes. Mostly when you're intentionally being a little shit. I'm kidding. You're not an annoying little shit. You're getting blocked. Do it, I dare you. Oh, it turned off the breaker. It's not a gen. If you're participating in guessing. It's also a female. Oh. Oh.
He died.
You sure did. I think I know what she is. Yep.
I was joking. You're not annoying. Okay. She's a Diane, unless she's a mimic. We also have a mirror again. And we have a summoning circle. We can go. We can't bring Sylvan back. Didn't know the shower closed. Only if the door's there. Now I cry. Why are you crying? Oh, because you didn't clip it? No, Ghosty, I was kidding. I was kidding. You're not an annoying little shit. I was kidding. I love you.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, that was a good one. Sorry you died, Sylvan. Sorry about that. Hugs for Ghosty. Yeah, hugs for Ghosty. One of these days we'll get a Cormosh again. One of these days. Speak to my lawyer about this incident. I actually don't have one of those, so abruptly now it's Scully. Wow, did you just fire me as your lawyer? And hire Scully? I'm offended. Rose is our ghost, so all the ghosts are an option. Oh, my co-lawyer about this. I see. So, Scully, you've been hired as Ghosty's co-lawyer. I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you know, but I'm Ghosty's lawyer. Apparently, I'm supposed to speak to you.
No, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. It was in the gym.
They're hiding in the shower.
No. I was going to go look.
Why are you on me?
Gosh, Grandma's fast, huh?
Really? Are we still on no sanity?
Yeah.
Okay, then I do have a question about that. You know how the mirror will break if you don't have sanity?
Yeah.
Why was I able to look in it for a while before it broke? Before, not this time.
Did you use
No.
a pen?
Nope. Didn't touch him that time.
Had we played with tarot cards?
I didn't get anything from the cards that would have given me sanity.
I don't know then, because we should be on 0 sanity.
I was able to use the monkey's paw.
Yeah, and you didn't
I mean,
have
you can
sanity
use
either.
monkey's paw depending on the question.
Yeah?
True. Even reviving someone?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Looks like there are others out there.
The mirror makes no sense.
The mirror doesn't make sense now. Hi, Blue Jay. Thank you for the lurk. Devil.
I'm going downstairs.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to the pantry, if anybody wants to come. Oh, sorry, I already clicked.
Wow. Yeah, it's okay.
Here you
I
go.
know you have a problem.
I do have a problem. It's true. We have no incense left, by the way.
Tower? I do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I looted one from a corpse.
Oh.
Just looting my body, eh?
Tower?
Tower?
Play with Life Mile.
Excuse me.
Is Life Mile playing right now? Wizop? Is that how you say your name? EMF 5. Oh, sun full? Did I just hear a bunch of things get thrown? It sounded like it. It can't be, though.
I'm on. And it's done.
Alright. That's crazy. Oh.
Yeah, that's not where you are. I wouldn't be that close.
I'm holding the door.
Well, she stepped in the salt, so she's not a wraith.
He has very normal blinking.
Isn't she
She's not a Diane. She's slower than last time.
She's definitely slow.
Mm-hmm.
just slow?
Did anybody touch items?
I do. But I did hear someone do their comms.
You want me to throw a bunch of shit around, see if it gets really slow?
I'm wondering. 3, 4,
The ghost room, yeah, the ghost room is the gym.
It is the gym that's where he
5,
died.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
We're not even throwing it in the box.
14. It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It can be anywhere in the house. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Okay, if you're at 20 something, I'm also at 20 something, so we're good.
26. Oh, here's a bone.
Nice. Done.
Okay. So the ghost should definitely be super slow. Oh, look at bone! That was an event.
I just saw the door break, but okay.
It's pretty normal to me.
Well, it was on my side. Okay, yes, I am holding it. It came off its hinges on the right.
Scully's in the shelf.
I didn't see orbs.
No?
No.
Hmm. Okay.
Missed all event.
It's not an Oni. I mean, with as fast as it was, I wouldn't think so anyway. It seemed too fast for twins, but I guess it's possible. Hunting. We're dead. Oh. That was good. That was good,
On the left
Jojo.
door.
Yeah. It's not a dildo. I think it's twins. It must have just been line of sight fast that had it so fast. That's crazy.
Oh, that gets
Alright.
Have I ever told you I'm not a big fan of the hiding on this map?
I don't think anybody is. It's twins. At least I'm pretty sure.
I had spirit box just now, so
I don't think anything would have made it a Galu in the first hunt.
yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome
Okay,
back.
cool, cool.
There's some jobs ready for you.
Yes, Ghosty.
Solvan, why are you throwing books at me?
I would never
I've
do
got some
such a
jobs
thing.
ready for you.
Absolutely. Hi, Jumbled. How are you?
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
What do you mean not jumbled, Leigh? What do you mean?
We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left in a hurry.
Scully jump scare. I know. I don't know.
Please be Blood Moon.
I haven't had a blood moon in forever. I would love one.
Blood Moon is Solvan's favourite weather.
It's
get
my
so many of
favorite. Well, can you summon one for me, please? Because it's been forever.
I'll try.
Thank you. Okay, so for ghost guessing, guys, Alex is our ghost. It's not going to be a Banshee or a Diane. I've got my existential glow stick ready. a mirror, Jojo. All the freaking cabinets are open. Good lord.
Door sign to hide. We must have all the cabinets open.
We have a wall in the basement. Right,
I
upstairs.
hate that the cabinets are included in that now.
Oh yeah, definitely here. Just drop this cruzy here.
Shana with the ghost.
Not paw. I was looking for cursed object. Oh wait. Oh, okay. Oh, there's head in the master bedroom.
Do you know what? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Also, I don't know if our friend from earlier is still here, but we finally have closet hiding here to get the kitty. Someone getting head? Would you like?
Ooh, I'm stuck. I'm actually. There we go. I got out, but I actually did get stuck.
Time.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Would
So,
you like
there's
some
a
help,
stool.
step bro?
Wow. So
Hi, lesbian.
there's
How
a-
are you? Can we get a shout out for lesbian?
there's a stool where the Ouija board normally is at the bottom of the stairs, and I walked into it, and I heard the ghost hunting, so I was trying to get a bit of root
Yeah.
so I could smudge it. It did seem a bit fast, but it may have been like.
Oh my gosh.
I couldn't get out of the stool for a bit, and I managed to wriggle free.
Not lesbian barking at me, please, please. I'm gonna need that recorded bark of yours as a walk-on for you. But also, no, I've not had a blood moon here yet because I haven't had a blood moon in 5 bajillion years.
Working on it.
I swear I just don't get them anymore. I've been banned from the blood moons.
Jeez, I've had like 5 in the last month and a half. Crazy.
Maybe I need to play Zombie's song and I'll get a blood moon. Oh, it's throwing the book. We're not gonna get writing. You'd love to, Jeffrey? Oh, whoa. I know, lesbian. It's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Absolutely absurd, honestly. Guys, go follow Resident Lesbian if you haven't. Go do it. It's free. You'll love her. I promise. I promise. Alright, let's see. So no writing. Did I hear EMF 5 or am I crazy? I might be crazy. I think that might have been last round when I was in there. Oh, we did have EMF 5? Okay.
Oh,
Cool. Oh, we do? What's our third evidence?
Old.
Ah!
It's hunting.
Easy peasy.
Okay.
You heard EMF 5 too? Okay. I'm glad. Listen, I'm crazy, but not for that reason. I was like, wait a second. The rounds are melding into each other.
Is this breaker off on purpose or can I turn it on?
You can turn it on. I'm the goddess that really likes to polter. My dance moves to sacrifice the entire altar. I love you, Cass. I love you so much. Do it and you're gay. No, you. We're all gay here. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh, dots.
Dots.
Is that just dots in EMF 5?
And Orbs, it's a Raiju.
Cass_dreams gifted a tier 1 subscription to resident_lesbian. Enjoy
Cass,
your stay
thank
at
you for the
Shana's Sunny Meadows.
3-month gifted to Resident Lesbian. That's so kind of you. That's so kind of you. Cass is crazy. Cass is crazy. I hope you enjoy your emotes and your ad-free viewing. Marshmallow, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Guys, if you're not already following Marshmallow, there's a button at the top of your screen that you need to hug right now and go share some love over there. It's free to do so. Free to do so. How was your stream, Marshmallow? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next?
Marshmallow_86 just traded with 3
Galaxy
viewers.
Comet Moon, welcome in. Your badge with the NASA is perfect with your username, just saying. Perfect badge for your username. Welcome in. No idea how to nickname you. Like how to change somebody's nickname. I don't know either. I know that like there's I think there's a way to do it. I just don't know how. I don't know. Like when I right click on people's names, I can only time out, warn, ban, or delete message, so I don't know. I don't know. How you doing, Marshmallow? Welcome in. You'll be back on Sunday. Let's go. Let's go. What are you gonna be doing on Sunday? You gonna be doing more Kingdom Hearts, or you gonna be doing something else? Grab a bingo card, guys. Yeah, grab a bingo card if you wanna play along. And Pan, does that qualify as gay? Absolutely. Absolutely.
I've got a report that suggests a possible ghost sighting.
Kai works or lesbian, lesbo, effing weirdo. I don't know if Cass was meaning like literally what to call you or like how to like nickname you on Twitch so that way it like says the nickname. I don't know. Oh, never mind. Cass already said like Les or Rez or Res-Les. Last one sounds weird. I mean, the last one sounds like a totally different username. Res-Les. Like it's just a different person completely. That's Resident Lesbian's alter ego. Res-Les. That's who comes out when Kai drinks the twisted teas. Don't give Kai twisted tea, or Res-Les comes out. She'll be making fry bread for everybody. Drinking twisted tea. Hi, Squirrel's wife. How are you? We both just smudged. Oh, the ghost is not going far enough away. Oh, there's UV. Who's trying to kill me?
Something weird happened on my side. When Scully came in the door, the hunt had started and the door tried to close, but Scully sort of shoulder barged it out of the way and then it closed.
Who was trying to kill me just now?
I was using...
I was running after the ghost, trying to draw its attention, but it didn't care about me.
Oh, I think it was just really focused on me, but I don't know.
I was close to you, so you were in the shower and I was
Mahalia has blamed Jojo. Sir Pickles, what did you do? The reason is still pending.
Winnie, welcome in. We definitely have UV. Sylvan and I both smudged the ghost. I saw it as I was running out of the garage, and I saw it on another door as well.
GwennyGirl_ just traded with 10 views.
Guys, if you're not already following Gwenny Girl, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen you need to hug right now as well. Go share some love over there. It is free to do. So I found the bum. How was your stream, Gwenny? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? Welcome in.
Okay, our sanity is definitely questionable.
Welcome in. Welcome in. Had a perfect game solo. Used the last smudge. When it was an event and not a hunt. Oh yeah? Let's go. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. We got double raid? Oh, technically a triple raid, really. Welcome in. Welcome in. Guys, also give Tashley a follow. There's going to be a little bit of cooldown before you can do another big shout out. But please, please, please go share some love. Please go share some love. How's it going? How's it going? Something survival. I kind of theme my days. I love that. I love that. I love that. Welcome in, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Gwenny Girl, welcome in. D. Mister, welcome in. Tashley, of course, welcome in. Agate Lover, welcome in. Were you guys playing together? I see both of you were playing DVD, so I'm going to say probably. Were we doing Lights Out? Silver Gamer, welcome in. Hope the ghost hunting's been going well. It has. It has. It has. We've been having a lot of fun. A lot of goofs as well, just being silly goobers. Being some goofy goobers over here. You know, the usual. The usual. Oh, I forgot to mark EMF5UV if you're doing ghost guessing with us. If you'd like to grab a bingo card to play with us. Also, if anybody who came in with the raids, Marshmallow, Gwenny, Tashley, if any of you need to raid run post-stream self-care, please go take care of yourselves. But we're more than happy to obviously have you guys here too. So thank you for coming in with your communities. Played Lights Out. Stream will resume tomorrow with some cozy vibes. Hell yeah. Dude, the Lights Out event is so fun. So fun.
Would you mind dropping that to
I know. I was really enjoying it yesterday. I can't wait to play more tomorrow. We're doing the Into the Rainbow Inter Pride event with DVD tomorrow. And I'm so excited. So excited for it. We've got some really fun stuff planned and some really cool like charity stuff planned. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Oh, we also have like a watch time badge that we're gonna do and everything. So I'm super looking forward to it. The only way to be, exactly. My throat is gonna feel the screams tomorrow. Oh no. Oh no. Did you have any Michael Myers tonight? Because I feel like he is honestly the scariest in my opinion. Or at least he was for me. He always is, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. I'm terrified of Michael Myers. Whoopi, thank you for the event, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Is this ghost just being stinky now?
Yeah.
Oh, that pillow is vibrating. Cool. Is it a glory hole?
Well, that's been my suspicion.
Did a glory hole try and clap my cheeks?
normal fingies.
Yeah, I didn't see a Orby when I looked.
I didn't either.
Oh, it's playing a game. Either that or that's the ringtone. I'm not sure. Leave a lurky turkey. Got some spaghetti waiting for me. Waiting to be made. Ooh, I love spaghetti. Enjoy. Enjoy. I have some leftover spaghetti in the fridge. I might have that after stream. I'm watching for dots.
I also didn't get.
It just
Spirit
breathed
box
on me.
Yeah. I didn't get Spirit Box when it was evented, but you had just through. But it,
Vodka snacks. I'll get those in just a minute. And a hydration station. Choo choo, everybody please hydrate.
but it probably had long enough to get Spirit Box.
Fair. Dots are like so weird sometimes. Normal fingies.
Okay, it hasn't got the breaking yet.
It is freezing.
Freezing?
Yep.
It's a gin. Stinky. Stinky.
Why can I light?
Yeah, Shana, would you mind trying to light the candle, because two people that aren't the host have been able to.
Oh, goodness.
What the hell?
Did they fix a house? What do you mean? Did they upgrade one? Oh, yeah. Willow got a makeover. Willow got a full makeover. They did a really good job with it.
So, were all the candles lit then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why is there a sanity med there?
Oh,
Somebody used it?
Did you use it before you lit or after?
Before. That's my bad. I
Wow.
forgot it. Even
So-
though I should be able to lit like 3.
I didn't know you lit that many, so when I asked Shana to lit one, I thought you just tested it for me, but yeah, I was able to light it.
Oh no, Shana, you
No sanity.
doing.
I'll double check, but we should have 0 sanity. So,
Beginning book?
yeah.
I mean, the fact that it was fast.
Haven't been on Phas in a long while. You should check it out. We also have a new ghost. Things have been going really well. How have you been? Made it so you'd have meal prep.
Welcome back. I prepared some
I love
jobs
when
for
you cook for me. We have 0 sanity.
Okay, I don't know, maybe next, because if you had no sanity, would the circle have lit then when you lit that last candle?
It's technically not supposed to, but I don't know if they've changed something with the circle to where the
Okay.
candles can still light, or I don't know if maybe it's broken.
'Cause it did the same with the mirror. I was able to look in it without having any, and it didn't break. It took a while.
It is not an Aswang. We have a brand new ghost. It's called a Dildagast. The Aswan was new before that one.
That's so fair. That's so fair, Zella. Gonna call it. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Asylum. Thank you for hanging out with us. We'll be back tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. But if not, hopefully we see you soon. Take care of yourself either way. Thank you for the follow. We took it from Anonymous. So you can lurk or chat, whatever you're comfy with. Oh, the thermo is poking out of the wall funky.
It's been a long time. It's a long time since I've seen any creaming.
It has been a while. It has been a while. Have a good night, Asylum. Alright. I either just mared myself or there's a mare in this room right here. Both are possible because the ghost did just start right there. How you doing, Grumpy Gamer? It's good to see you. Welcome in. I am doing well. How are you? The ghost started in the car bedroom.
Wait, are you lighting them all?
I was able to light two. Sleep.
Yeah, Saturday?
Yes.
Interesting.
That's what I was testing.
Is it letting you light more than 3?
Let's don't light each other.
I lit 1, sorry. That was already in promotion. Okay, next time we'll let you light all but 1. Okay, could you turn the light on in the bedroom?
Yeah. I like the lamps.
I didn't know whether that was the ghost turning it.
Oh, that's not the ghost room.
Oh my god. Okay.
The ghost room is the car bedroom, the garage.
I'm not sure. It is kind of there, but it's...
No, it burned in here.
Okay, now it's
Oh, it
starting
turned
to
the
get
breaker off. It's not a gen.
The breaker's on.
Oh, I just turned it on. That's why.
What do you mean?
The garage.
Garage?
It's where the
It's
car
where it's
sleeps.
going. Yeah, Shana explained it better.
Oh my
I think I just blew Scully's mind.
We have spirit box.
I'm doing very well, Grumpy. I'm doing very well. We're just having a good time vibing.
Upstairs.
Guys, guess what I have?
The gym. House.
Yeah.
On a road.
Be right back a second.
we have orbs.
Orbeez? I think it's a mare. It's gonna be my guess. Because I think it mared me as soon as I walked in. What shenanigans are you causing tonight, Grumpy? Are you a Phasmo player, or...? I'm bringing in emotions to test this ghost's emotions out.
blowing out the candles out here. I have an itch.
It's a child.
Ugh, that's so unfortunate.
Did we get anything after Spirit Box?
Oh,
Or bees. I remember the days when you could block line of sight with the doors. This would be such a good hiding spot back then. Thank you for that follow, by the way.
I thought about that a few times.
Oh, we do keep them anonymous. If this is a mare, we need writing? Yeah.
Also, I checked the user on the door and it's set.
Entry.
True.
What's with the paparazzi?
Paparazzi.
Oh, there's actually a really good photo of you.
Come on, motion sensor. Oh, wait. Did it throw the book? Oh, it did. It threw the book. We're not going to get writing. It's not a mare. MF3, MF2. Let me check temps.
Are you lighting candles?
Yeah, I can light 4 candles actually.
It's crazy. So what if I just light this one?
Just make sure you're in the center again like that.
Okay.
No.
I was joking. Don't do it.
We're not getting freezing.
Is it fine? No! It
Let me
won't let me.
try.
Ah.
You said there was no UV.
Yeah. So.
It's gotta be EMF 5, yeah?
I would think.
Oh, orbs!
Yeah.
Oh, we already have orbs. Never mind.
So we're down to Diane, Onryo, or Yokai, probably.
It's either Diane or Yokai.
Yeah.
Alright, fair warning. Everyone duck for cover.
EMF 3, EMF 2. Why?
Shana, hide.
Why?
Someone circle, hide.
Oh no.
It won't let me light it. Why won't it let me light it?
Only I can light. I can't.
It got sanity and everything.
So, even after getting sanity, you can't finish the circle.
I can't finish the circle.
And I can still light. That's ridiculous.
I'm calling perfect then, because that's a feature.
Watch out. I said watch out, Sullivan!
How did you do that?
It let me light it!
How did you do that?
It let me light it!
Joke's on you. I was trying to die in the middle of the circle, so you just helped me.
I wasn't trying to kill you, to be fair. I didn't think it would work since it wasn't working for anybody else.
Like we have cards.
You just did what I tried to do.
We pull cards after this?
Yes.
It's gotta be a yokai. It's not a Diane.
I'm just here to take a nap in the circle.
Tower?
Evidence of killing me?
Yeah. Now you can't say you don't kill people.
I didn't kill Sylvan intentionally. It wasn't my goal.
We're gonna pretend that someone didn't just walk back into the circle as we're doing it.
As I said, watch out. Sylvan walked into the circle.
But you should know that's what Sylvan does. You should expect that.
I expect Sylvan to have some sense of self-preservation.
Oh, it does not exist.
Double.
I'm here for fun, you know?
You're here for a good time, not a long time in game. Definitely.
Where did y'all go?
We're in the closet.
The closet. Fall. Is it hunting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. No, it's not.
Whisper
It was,
mode.
event.
I got the sun.
Fake pistas. I'm sorry.
Not the fake eye priestess. Hi, Mango. So good to see you guys. If you haven't, I love Mango. I love Mango. Mango is good people. You guys will love Mango too.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
What?
I feel light too.
What were we missing? Where was our freezing? There was no freezing.
It took a very long time. Last I checked, it was at 4.
It wasn't getting below 2. We were victimized. Absolutely victimized. Because I checked and checked and checked. Victimized by freezing. It's True's favorite. It is. It is. Absolutely victimized, you guys. Absurd. Absurd.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object. Investigate it, but be careful. We don't know what it's capable of.
William. So, our ghost can't be a banshee or a Diane. Let's get to it. It's taking a minute to start hunting. Oh, it's hunting.
Bedroom closet hiding.
It sounds fast. Oh, it's very fast. Don't rattle the door, I can't hear it.
6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13. Oh, it's definitely slower.
Where did it start?
I think the basement. It's done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Don't put a crucifix down because that'll void this. 10, 11,
It's in the bedroom.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, so I've thrown over 30 things. So if this is a dildogeist, it'll be super, super, super slow. Cammy, hi!
Cammy Camp just traded with 9 views.
Welcome in. Guys, if you're not following my friend Cammy, please take a moment and go give him a follow right now. We love Cammy. Cammy is a good friend of the channel over here. He plays a lot of different horror games. He is a fantastic DVD streamer, but fantastic streamer in general. P100 nurse and artist name. Hunting. Oh, we have a dildo! Cammy! Cammy, look at our dildo! Look at our dildo, Cammy! W dildo, Cammy! Yeah! No way, yes way, life. Oh my god, hold on. I gotta go throw some more things. We gotta control the speed of our dildo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I'm just picking up heavy things and putting them back down. 23. Oh, I didn't get enough objects. It's gonna be a little faster.
I did. No, I...
Okay.
Another 25 up here.
Cool, cool.
Yeah, I can't record the hunting.
Come on, dildo. You can't record the dildo?
No, not the most.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Flip the light
I'll try.
switches. 6,
It's on the table.
7,
The art room has a lot of stuff on the floor to read through if you want.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
We're
17.
over 26 now.
Okay. 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 How was your stream though, Cammy? Tell us about it and let us know when you're streaming next. What's our cursed objects? Oh, we have a paw.
Did not notice.
That would be good for bringing Sultan back.
Why do you think
I'm
Solvin's
not
gonna
dead.
die? I found a bone.
Because it's Sultan.
Not Solvin saying, I'm not dead.
It's a dildo. Why would I be dead?
Did you know how many people...
I'm not gonna
that
die to a
did?
dildo.
I mean, look, I'm pretty sure someone has.
Someone somewhere probably has tied to a dildo. You're probably right. You're probably
Actually,
right.
I've read cases where they
Hydration
have, so
station,
I know
choo
that.
choo. Everybody please hydrate.
Why does that not surprise me that you've read
Played a
that?
few games with the new killer and then switched to normal DBD. What did you think of the new killer? I saw you were playing her. Oh, our dildo's coming up the stairs. Boy, he's a slow dildo. You think he wants to play ball? Here's a blue ball for you, dildo. Oh, he didn't like the blue ball.
He needs a new battery.
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna see if I can't, see if we have cards or something. Oh, we have a Ouija board.
Maybe you could break it for the next hunt so it might be longer.
Yeah, but we need to throw some things first.
Oh, I am. I'm throwing
Okay.
plenty. I'm already at like 12.
Okay. I'll hide and seek then. Hide and seek.
It might be a little faster than before when you quite get the 20%.
Come here, little dildo. Like nurse, artist, and Drac combined. Ooh, hell yeah. I heard some people just completely trash talking the new killer. And so I was like, oh, maybe it's not good. But, you know, there's always people who just have nothing but negative things to say. So.
Well, I cannot record. It's just recording. It's just
Yeah, is it just like certain?
He's so slow. Should we not touch anything this next round and leave him full speed? Let him be full speed ahead.
I wish to see the ghost. I don't know why I can't wish for it at the...
You both got the doors.
People just want to whine. It's so true. Are you gonna P100 him, do you think? Also, welcome in, Lotus. I want to play some more Lights Out. I've really been enjoying Lights Out, Cammy. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a lot of fun. I know you said you weren't interested in it before, but it's a lot of fun. On both Killer and Survivor, at least I think so. He's so fast. He's such a fast boy. Figure out their power more. I might P100 them, but I think I'm gonna get everyone to P3 after I P100 Jason. Fair. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now is P3 everybody. So. I like it more than Chaos. Oh gosh. Yeah. I think Lights Out is definitely more fun than Chaos, and I enjoy Chaos, but I think I like Lights Out more. I do, like I've said before, I think that there's no reason for the survivors to have windows of opportunity, but it's still fun regardless, so. Played one game of Lights Out and was like, nah, what? It's so fun. It's so fun. I had a great time with it.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
We got a dildo.
We really should shower party.
We should shower party. You're right. It has been a while since we've shower partied. It has been a while.
The paramite solvent.
No,
I've used the paramite
I'll do it
tonight.
next time.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have used the paramite tonight. Remember I was trying to get a banshee scream.
Oh, of course, yeah, and it wouldn't scream for you.
Unfortunately. Unfortunately. honestly very rude. Very rude of the ghost not to scream for me. Anybody who came in with the raid as well, if you want to play bingo, grab yourselves a bingo card. We do giveaways at the end of every month. If you end up in our top bingos. So, and it's free to play. Still no blood moon, I swear. The game hates me. It's like you want a blood moon because you like it, none for you.
It might have thrown something in the gym. Or something close.
Yeah? Oh. Scully, you seem to have lost your jaw in here.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Always like losing it.
What the hell? This is just.
Jojo, your mirror's in here. Would you guys like to shower party? Scully, please play Doubted Sandstorm. Somebody was. Oh, I don't have a lighter.
You don't have a lighter?
Nope.
Oh, I died.
I crashed the button.
Oh shit.
That Scully killed the soldier.
Why did you want to be smashed?
Somebody forgot their lighter. That somebody would be me.
Thanks for the bingo, Shana.
I thought I had it.
Bingo as well.
Ghost also turned off the breaker. Oh look, we have tarot cards.
That's cool then.
Might as well. Let me go grab a lighter.
Oh, you can have a...
Take it off my body.
I'll try and find out where it landed. Did you bring a smudger?
Yeah, the problem is I don't see it.
Three smudges there.
My goodness. My goodness. Absolute chaos. Absolute chaos in here. I'm sitting like a gremlin. I need to fix my chair.
I just can't believe Scully would kill Goldman like that.
Right?
Our Scully64TD has blamed JoJo. Sir Pickles, what did you do? The reason is still pending.
Where did you come here?
Because it didn't see me, it hunted from the hallway.
Leave. Right now, JoJo, leave.
Are you going to get yourself killed?
No.
Why do you want me away from you?
You're not allowed to play cards with Scully. Scully has banned you. Oh, it turned the breaker off again.
You're just gonna let her tell you what to do, Jojo?
Honestly,
My cards.
I'll do it you later.
Punish me for JoJo's fault.
What did I do?
I'm not punishing you, I'm punishing JoJo.
Oh wait, what did I do?
You killed Sylvan.
I did not. I smudged the solvent.
You called the ghost over.
I did not. I swear to God I didn't. It was Scully.
You didn't stop the ghost from over there.
Who called the ghost over?
Listen, just because.
Shana. I think you may owe me an apology slightly.
Oh,
Just slightly.
No.
Just a little one.
Who did it?
Scully did it.
What? Hold on. Let's specify what we're talking about here.
You got me killed.
I did not.
And I got blamed for it.
I did not. I'm not holding on to the cards.
I need the truth here before I share my cards. This is a court of law.
I would not have
Present your case.
Ask away then.
Present your case.
Scully even said she called the ghost over.
So I thought it was a shower party.
Goodbye.
Oh no.
Thanks for the smudge
Welcome
and
to the other side.
You know what? I don't think you deserve the chance of getting a High Priestess after refusing to listen to that evidence for it.
I was having you present your case.
You should be able to.
I like to pull the hangman. I like to pull the hangman.
For fuck's sake, let go.
I did
For fuck's sake, let go. The question is, will there be another hangman?
Hopefully yes, because I don't have the cards.
Oh my god. The chase for cards is wild.
I didn't even bother with the cards. I dropped them again. I don't know what everyone's problem is.
There's so much fighting happening right now.
I just hate that I got the blame and I didn't have it. At least blame me when I do something.
Jojo, obviously it was me. Everyone knows it was me. We are just taking the piss. Chill.
I know.
No, you won't.
I got you.
No, you didn't. Oh my god.
Yeah, I did.
No.
I think I'm not used to Shana blaming me for nothing.
I know that it was Scully. I was just picking on you, Jojo.
I know
I was genuinely throwing
Not
Scully
another
under the bus.
hangman either. I'm waiting for the day we have a repeat of the one time we pulled 4 hangmen. It's it's gotta happen again.
Okay,
So it hasn't
Okay, we're
stepped
just
in the
running water
salt.
on my body. Wow.
You're just taking. Oh no, it has stepped in the salt.
Thank you.
I thought you were just taking a showers.
I was just taking a shower, laying down.
So, listen, this was me on Sunday for 2 hours. I'm gonna be real with you.
Oh my god.
My vorbs.
I'm grabbing the spirit box. Okay, well, that confirms my suspicion about it helped. Because at one point, it looked like it ignored me and went for you. Yeah, it went for you and not me.
I'm just like in the fetal position down here in the basement. Just taking a nap.
So, you know when I was in that corner where the hiding sometimes is?
I'm gonna show you a picture of what I see.
In the basement?
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Just definitely not fetal position.
Scully trying to hit the light switch over and over right now is the funniest shit.
Yeah. That happened.
Let me see this. How you doing, Mask?
Your legs are just a little broke looking, you know?
Oh, they do look a little broke.
Was taken away.
Spirit
I
box.
kind of look like I'm at a slumber party, though, to be fair.
Yeah. Maybe a
Or
little
freezing.
drunk or something at the party.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a little. Just a little, you know, had a few drinks at the slumber party. Just full
So it did not
vibes.
ignore me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It did.
Explains what I'm doing in the shower, because I think I had too much too.
I may die, but... Sorry?
No, UV.
No,
What's
UV.
our other cursed object?
No, I'm asking you. We have
Oh, I haven't seen UV yet, but I think it could be, because it did ignore me.
Is Spirit Box the only thing we have right now?
orbs.
Orbs.
Orbs. Okay. Thank you.
I don't see the UV anywhere.
Because we don't have one, I think.
There's one inside.
Yeah.
I'll grab another from the truck.
No,
It's
I'm
not a
outside.
Diane.
I'm curious why it ignored me then.
Probably didn't. Just by accident.
Yeah, I guess that's possible.
No, UV.
No UV. It was probably just locked on a Scully.
I don't even think it had seen Scully at that. So I'm not sure. But yeah, probably did not.
Freezing.
Okay, that's just rude, because when I checked
Freezing.
freezing, there was.
Unreal.
Would you say it's unreal?
Yes. Jojo, we
It's
are leaving,
stepping.
whether you're in or not.
That doesn't work, by the way.
You can still threaten.
I'm not afraid of you.
I know. That's so weird that the message just sent, Ghosty. It's so weird. So weird. I didn't mean to.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Alright. Onryo. What does that put me at? What are we at?
I was wondering that.
32 out of 50, so technically 33, right? Because it's one off.
I'm still not sure on that, because Tangle was correct with the numbering, but I don't know if Willow is.
It wasn't one off for me like yesterday.
Well, it was one off for me. It was one off for me last week, though.
Yeah, for me too, but not this week.
Oh.
Interesting.
I
after the second
haven't
batch?
been counting today, so maybe it's correct or maybe it's one off. Not sure. I don't know. Maybe by the time you see me next, I'll have the badge. We'll see. But that is gonna have to be my last one for tonight. So, let's see who we're gonna go share some love with. We have a big, exciting stream tomorrow, guys. So make sure you're here. Make sure you have your notifications on, because if I can start early, if I have everything ready, I will. If not, I will be here at the normal 7:30. They're playing Alice Madness Returns. Oh my god. It's one of my favorite games. I love that game. Wait a minute. Do you guys want to go to some Alice Madness Returns?
Why not?
literally one of my favorite games. Oh my god, I'm so excited to see somebody that I follow playing it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. My caps lock is on. That's how you know I'm excited. Copy whichever raid message works for you. Make sure to follow the socials. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Don't forget, there's a watch time badge that I'm going to set up. It's a charity stream. You don't have to donate, though, but I do appreciate if you lurk. I appreciate if you share. Those things help out a lot. Also, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. And I'm very excited about it. It's very special because I was picked by Dead by Daylight to participate in this. So I'm very much looking forward to it. And it's going to be a good time. So check your bingos if you haven't. And we're going to go say hi to Cryptid Tato, who's playing Alice Madness Returns. It's one of my favorite games. I love this game so much. So I'm excited to go over there. Let's go say hi. And if you haven't seen this game before, it's so good. It's so good. Check it out. Check it out. I'll see you guys over there. And hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Chill. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. Do something nice for you. And I'll see you guys very soon. Okay? Good night, everybody. Good night, YouTube. I don't know how to raid out on YouTube still, so we can't raid out. But you can come over and raid out with us on Twitch if you'd like. So, good night, guys.
She turns a little jump scare into life. Phasmophobia and the ghosts take roll. EMF screaming like it's lost control. Chat's already chanting in the glow. They know exactly where this night will go. Every door creak, every hallway scream. She's painting terror like a fever dream. Laughs in the dark when the shadows lean. That's my indigenous horror queen. Shana, Shana, we're losing your breath. Typing in the chat, but the ghost never rests. From the first loud shriek till the final test. Spam it in the feed. Shana is the best. Shana, Shana, watch us again. We're your little ghosts in the skeleton den. From the ghost as big to the closing fast. Say it with your chest, Shana is the best. Indigenous scream queen, claim that crown. Every curse of VOD, every clip goes round. Puzzle piece horror, story-driven night. She threads our fears through the neon minds. Official scares on the Blumhouse beam. Everything is fine as we silently scream. Indigenous horror banners in the sky. We ride the terror wave, never ask